Here we are, folks. Episode 51, Abomination Vault's Goodness. It's been a while. Took last week off. Played some Wild Beyond, Kyle's campaign the week before. But here we are again. We've got Rachel once again. We couldn't play without her. We had to take the week off. But she's back for a couple weeks. She's going to be with us tonight and next Sunday, according to the schedule. And we should also see Eric tonight. I don't know where he is. He's a little bit late. So he'll be joining in when he gets here, I'm sure. We're going to pick up where we left off. The heroes, after battling these bouncing blobs of flesh and teeth, have gathered themselves once again, bandaging their wounds, gathering their wits, about to investigate this large chamber with pits leading to some dark, cavernous area 40 feet below, where there seems to be a pond or a lake. We're going to find out about that. But first, before we do that, we're going to introduce the players. Everybody's going to give their little intro as we do, and then someone can do a recap. Okay, we'll figure that out when we get there. But before we get to the intros, I have a question. Are you ready for the question, you guys? You better be.
I've got my pen and paper.
Let's go.
This is for everybody. I want to know from your character's perspective, what is your character's hobby? What does your character do besides run around looking for death in the gauntlet? What do they do to pass the time? What do they do to relax with? What is their hobby? Do they play Pathfinder? Who knows? That's a question for everybody when we come around to you. Tonight, we're going to start with Dizzy. Do your intro and let's talk hobbies, Dizzy.
Alright, well, I play the mysterious yet unknown vampire witch known as Agatha. She's inside absolutely thrilled that she's finally be able to join the companions, although outside she's still nervous as she doesn't know what's capable within the walls that they are now within. So definitely looking forward to tonight's session. The question, that's gonna be a good one because probably the thing that she enjoys most as a hobby is just looking at new things that she's never seen, she's never heard of, exploring the unknown, finding out new secrets, getting down dirty if necessary to find out what's going on. Just the everyday, typical.
Okay. You were quite helpful in the last little combat there. You rescued Arthurian. That was quite heroic. Why don't you start off the session with an extra hero point? Okay, Dizzy?
Heard you.
Next up, we've got, let's see, Rachel. You're number 2. Let's talk hobbies and your character.
Alright, well, I play Althea. She is a short, friendly little gnome who has no problem meeting new people. She always gives everybody the benefit of the doubt. That's probably because she hasn't been hurt terribly. Most everyone she has met has been friendly. In her lifetime anyways. As for her hobby, I think it was briefly mentioned many episodes ago when we were visiting her abode but Althea is an avid gardener. She likes her little plants that surround her abode, whether she has the time for them or not. She also very much enjoys reading, which is why she is constantly at the Dawnflower, just picking up books. Doesn't matter what it's on, but if it's a book about gardening, she is just thrilled.
Excellent. She likes to read and garden. Excellent. Little Bidley at her side.
Of course. He's got his own little gardening gloves, too.
Wow. Okay, so much for old school. Next, we've got Arthurian. Kyle, how you doing tonight, my friend?
Oh, we're hanging in there. What's going on, guys? I'm Kyle. I play Arthurian, Dwarven fighter, savant, hammer time, madman maniac, Dwarven character of the party. I like to swing hammers and headbutt people in the hips because everybody in here is taller than me because I play a dwarf.
You do.
Seems only fitting, I think. Oh my, hobbies. Oh my. My. Well, Arthurian's always been a bit of a tinkerer. So he, I'd like to think that his hobby is sort of tinkering around with things and putting stuff back together and, working around the forge and stuff like that, or just a hammer and chisel, chiseling away at something. He's just a tinkerer. He likes to keep his hands busy. Seen a lot. Also tries to help out people as much as he can, when he can, if he can. Yeah, outside of that, he is a tinkerer. He does a little bit of everything. He can run a forge, he can crack some stone, bury caravans. Yeah, he just likes to always be on the go. You don't like to think and dwell on what's happened in the past.
Excellent. Being long-lived. That's probably a good thing. They say dwarves have a unforgivable memory. They have a great...
very hearty stomach.
They don't easily forget, especially grudges. The Book of Grudges! Didn't you ever hear the Book of Grudges maintained by the dwarven priests and clerics?
I have indeed.
Litanies of grudges, especially against the elven types. But yeah, that's another discussion. Alright, thanks Arthurian. Sheppy, you're next. Jesse.
Hey guys, I'm Jesse. I play Sheppy, our fire sorcerer. He's our little goblin that loves to burn things. And of course, his hobbies are catching things on fire. I mean, he loves it. He has not burned down the fishery yet, but you never know. It may come. And one other thing he really enjoys is nibbling on Althea's garden.
So it's been you this entire... I've been replanting my marigolds, and they just keep disappearing.
Don't forget about the clan dagger either.
And all this time you thought it was the snails eating up your hostas.
Yeah.
He's out
Cleans
there.
all the empty pots.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she got close. It does start with an S. She just chose the wrong creature that the S belongs to.
I also imagine Sheppy just sits there all day seeing what's flammable and what isn't. And if it isn't flammable, how do you make it flammable?
Yep.
That's a good hobby. Nibbling hostas like celery stalks. All right. Everyone.
Original grub is always good too.
Yeah. Right down the gullet. All right, everybody starts off with 1 hero point, except Agatha. Agatha gets 2 tonight. And again, Eric will be joining us. He plays the monk. human monk who's with the party right now on the map, right there in the middle. All right, who would like to do a little recap, short, brief, of where you are right now in terms of, well, we descended the steps and here we are. Anyone want to recap that last session? Get an extra hero point.
I think I can give it a go, but can I gift my hero point?
In this case, yes. Who do you want to give it to?
I'll give it to Rachel number 1. She's been MIA for a few weeks.
Okay,
You might need it.
that sounds good to me.
Are you saying I've forgotten how to play Pathfinder and I'm going to do
Yep.
so terribly today
That's-
that
I
I'll need
didn't
an
say a
extra
word.
That's what he said. That's what he said right there.
It's been a couple of weeks, but I'll take it.
I did not
Thanks.
say a word. But
Go for it,
yeah,
Kyle.
we descended into this chamber with a very large open pit in the form of a circle. We could not see the bottom of it, but we did hear some creatures slithering around in the shadows. They must have been practicing their inner Slytherin. And yeah, at that point we got ambushed. We got ambushed by Jithering Mouther and 2 of those Medusa-looking creatures. And at that point, the game was on. The hammers were drawn, magic was mustered, and we proceeded to get on with it. We went a hammering and a banging, and a zapping and a racking. Sheppy set a lot of things on fire. I believe Agatha, Althea, as well, was throwing out a lot of really potent, powerful magic there. And of course, Monk was just getting on it. We were able to literally hammer the creatures, hammer them down. Took quite a few hits from them though, so there was that. And then after that, we proceeded down this long corridor. We broke. We busted open 2 doors, got inside a miniature storeroom. We found a small host of items, and then we proceeded back down to this other chamber. We thought we would have an easier go of it. Oh boy. We go walking in there, and as Fritz or somebody else said before, things went south. Something happened. 2 things popped out of there like a baby on a boxcar, and jumping creatures. Yeah, I don't think any of us had ever seen anything like that previously. These particular creatures literally bounced around. Yeah, there's one now. There it is. There it is. Yeah, so we came toe to toe with 2 of those things. We held our own for a bit, and then things went south. I got knocked into the pit. I'm dangling with like 2 fingers on the rock. But we finally were able to get some help and support. We finally were able to destroy one of these creatures. I believe Sheppy had a hand in that, if I'm not mistaken. Sheppy and Althea attack teamed that one as well. Cassandra had ran over, and Agatha helped me out of the pit. It's good on Agatha. And at that point, I think we were all able to sort of converge on it, and we knocked it back into the pit. So that's where we were at. And after we got done with that, I looked down in the pit and seen what else I could describe as a sea monster picking apart the remains. He did not look friendly, and he had a bunch of teeth, and I'm pretty sure it saw me. That's about how that situation went.
Yeah, it was quite desperate. It was quite brutal, that little combat. Quite heroic. Arthurian nearly lost his life dangling on the edge after having been bumped over the side by one of these bouncing creatures. But he held on. One of the heroes blasted this creature as revenge. The carcass fell over Arthurian the dwarf, nearly missing him and knocking him as well into the abyss. But he held on, held tight. Agatha ran to his rescue, pulling him up after a desperate struggle. The weight of the dwarf, but it was more the strength of the dwarf that eventually pulled himself up. Agatha providing a little bit of support, you could say. The last of these bouncing creatures was finished off by Arthurian once he did pull himself up. Seething with rage, the dwarf lunged at this creature, not striking him, but shoving him over the abyss as well. And it was then, with a splash far below, with his dark vision he could see in the darkness, the creature hit this pool of water some 40 feet down. And as it did so, not one but two, maybe more, heads rose from the water. Serpentine-like heads, dragon-like features on the face. It looked up at Arthurian. It looked down at the carcass of the creature that had fallen. And like that, it dove at the creature, plunging under the waves, under the water, out of sight. Moments later, chunks of flesh began to float to the surface, as the creature was obviously ripped apart by whatever this serpentine-like creature was. Such was the fate that awaited Arthurian if he had slipped himself into that abyss. But it was not to be. Silence once again falls over the companions in this dark chamber lit only by the magical light of Althea. They've gathered themselves, tended to their wounds, gathered their wits. This is a large chamber. You see these 20-foot across pits in the center of it. You see what looks like smaller pits, maybe 5 feet across, along the north wall. There's 3 of them, tucked in alcoves. To the west, your left, you see what looks like a dais, raised slightly above the floor, and there in its center is a rickety throne with what looks like levers along its side, wooden levers. Of course, when you first entered this chamber, this is what got the attention of the monk, this throne. And as she began to approach this throne, these creatures ambushed you. And this is where we're going to pick up. So with that, what would the companions like to do?
I'd like to investigate the throne.
Okay. How about you, Sheppy? What are you up to?
Sheppy's gonna go over to the east side of the room and check out what that round thing is.
How about you, Dizzy? What are you doing? What would you like to do?
Agatha's gonna remain at the side of where she pulled up Arthurian, and she's gonna be looking down into the pit to see if she can, if there's anything else besides what her and Arthurian saw.
Okay. While this is happening, Althea, what about you?
I think I'll continue making my way to the north side of the room and just looking into the pit of water there. That's what she was trying to do before those creatures came out.
Sheppy, you approach what looks like a very small circular hole in the floor. all along its edges, you see what looks like sharp-edged teeth, made of metal it seems, pointing inward. If something was to fall through this, it would assuredly rip you apart. Dangerous indeed. Althea, you cautiously move to the north end of the wall. You see in front of you not one but 3 of these similar alcoves. And as you get closer to this alcove, it is indeed a pit. Looking down below, you could see only as far as your light, and you can see the wetness of natural cave walls all the way down this hole in the floor. Now, mind you, it's not a tunnel. It's simply a hole in the floor, maybe about 3 foot thick, and then it opens up into what looks like a cave. And you can see this, and there's natural stone walls there. You can also see the reflection, the flicker of your light coming off the surface of what is, indeed, a lake. Nothing's...
And
Go ahead.
do all 3 look identical?
Yes.
Okay.
Agatha, you have dark vision, correct?
Correct.
Although everything is gray, you clearly see this large pool of water below you. You don't see any creatures that Arthurian described, but you do see the ripples of water where something had broke the surface. You can also see floating above what looks like a chunk of the carcass of the creatures that were attacking you. It's just floating there. It seems to be a very spacious cave underneath these holes, underneath this chamber. It's kind of unsettling. It's a good 40-foot drop. Now, it's not all a pool of water. You do see actual stone floor as well. There's like a shoreline you do see more to the south. But you don't see anything else.
Can she see like any runes upon the possible shore that that was described? Anything like on the perhaps on the walls hidden away from view that she might be able to glance possibly?
No. You'd have to be much closer to be able to see that kind of detail. So nothing stands out from this distance. Plus it's dark vision.
Okay.
Arthurian, you see what looks like a rickety throne made of wood, it seems. You could see runes intricately carved along it and some strange symbols you'd never seen before. Do you approach?
I will.
You step upon the dais. 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot. And there before you is the throne. You could reach out and touch it. Do you do so?
I'll observe for now.
All right. You stand there looking at it. Nothing happens. If you would like to search and investigate and look around this piece of furniture, you can do so.
I will.
All right. How are you doing that? What does it look like?
He's just sort of going from one side of the throne to the other, sort of very keenly looking at it. He's looking for any markings, see what these levers are, see if there's any like markings for what these levers do or anything like that.
The levers are on the one side. They do look like... Actually, it looks... You're not sure whether or not the wood on this throne would break or snap or whatever, but it looks like you could actually move them if you want to attempt to do that. However, go ahead and give me a perception check as you cautiously look at the various parts of this throne. Let's see what kind of details you can pick up with your keen eyes.
Yeah, then I would definitely like to try to move a lever.
Okay. There's two levers. The first one, you begin to push. Gradually and slowly. And as you do, you hear what sounds like a grating sound coming from the center of the room, as if metal upon metal was shifting somewhere. But then as you continue to push, it snaps. The first lever has broken. The sound stops.
Oh, crud.
Sheppy pipes up and says, I know what this is. They tie up prisoners. They have them on the grates. Somebody in power sits in that chair and says if they're guilty, and he drops them down into the pit where the monster eats them. And those control the pit.
Sheppy, you're standing near the edge. Go ahead and make a perception roll, Sheppy.
It's a torture room of sorts.
Now, Arthurian, what else are you doing? I see your roll, Sheppy. Do you continue to search?
Yeah, I will.
As you go around the back of the throne, there's like this 2-foot gap between the wall and the throne itself. But something catches your eye. In the lower portion, 2 foot above where the seat, or 2 foot below where the seat is on the throne, in the back, you see coming up, you see what looks like an outline of a compartment. You see a small button. As you reach and click it, you see that a drawer slightly pops out about an inch. You've revealed something. What do you do, Arthurian?
Oh, looky here, they had a hidden compartment. And Arthurian will try to pull the drawer out and see what he can find.
And as you do, Arthurian, you will see that there is a full drawer of goodies. Everybody can click on that. There's a small compartment in the back of the throne. Feel free to divide that up amongst yourselves. Of course, some of these things in here have to be identified. You will note you do find what looks like an arrow. And you also find something that looks like a scale from some creature. In addition, you see 31 gold pieces. Just scattered around in this little drawer. So divvy up the gold and divvy out these items. If anyone would like to make a identify roll on these items, you can do so. That does take time. But you can attempt that. That's an identify magic check.
Alright, y'all come over here and take a look at this. We got some gold in this drawer.
Agatha, whenever she eventually comes over, she's gonna try and see if she can identify the object.
There's two of them. There's a scale and what looks like a...
She's gonna go after the scale.
scale.
Now, what would you like for me to roll?
Let me do this to make it easy on myself here. Let me open up your character sheet.
Okay.
Agatha Withertree. Let me drag that item to your sheet. And you can make any of the 4 traditions of magic: Arcana, Nature, Occultism, or Religion. Choose any one of those and go ahead and make a roll as you try to identify the runes, the items, whatever makes this thing possibly magical. Something that would help you identify it. Go ahead and make that roll.
And what were the choices again?
All 4 magic traditions.
Okay.
Any one of those 4. Arcana, Religion, Occultism, and is it Nature for Primal?
I'll be back, guys.
All right, Jesse. The scale looks like it's from a mythical creature known as a dragon turtle. A creature that inhabits the seas and is renowned for its size and power and swimming capabilities. You get the sense that this item is indeed magical. And it somehow betters your swimming abilities. It is, in fact, a talisman.
After identifying it, she's gonna look over at Althea and show her it and ask her if she knows anything about it. She's completely baffled.
Althea will take a second from her own investigations and examine it.
Any other 4 magic traditions? Go ahead and roll it. You look at it as well, and you can see the sharp edges along its sides. It is indeed something from what is known as a dragon turtle. Surely it must improve your swimming abilities. That's about all you can discern.
You might want to hold on to this later. She returns after looking at the item, she returns it to Agatha.
Are you sure you don't want it?
I am a pretty poor swimmer.
I wasn't meaning anything towards that. I was just saying, I mean,
Well, I hope I hope we don't find ourselves struggling in water. And she looks down below. Uh, if you want, I can hold on to it. And
Agatha continues to hold it out to Althea. I mean, if you'll probably have more use for it than I would, to be completely honest.
It's in your inventory, Althea.
okay, yeah, she'll put it away into like her backpack. She's like, when I have some time later, I'll look at it some more. Maybe there's just something I'm not remembering, but thank you.
How about the bolt?
Agatha will eye it, but she won't reach for it as she wants to let the others take a look at it, see if maybe they might be able to identify it before she does.
It looks like an arrow, or more likely a bolt. It's smaller than an arrow. And all along the shaft of this bolt, there's this fine thread or twine, thicker than thread, wrapped intricately all along the shaft. It looks very well designed.
Arthurian will pick it up and take a look at it.
You can do so, but you're not trained in any of the magic traditions, I don't think. Are you trained in any of the magic traditions?
I am not.
Okay. Then you have no clue what it is. Just looks like a big old bolt with string wrapped around it. Looks pretty nice, though. Maybe we can get some good coin for it. Do you take it?
If nobody else wants it.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll let the others deal with it. She's just gonna
Can't be bothered.
take a step back.
Okay.
You get to take your gold out, guys.
All right, there's 25 gold pieces remaining. Go ahead and divvy them up or leave them behind, whatever you wish.
What math?
Just reach in and grab. 4 or 5 will be fine.
She'll take about 4.
While she's doing that, can I try to activate the other lever? See, maybe it'll work.
Yes, you can. Go ahead. Cassandra's going to take 5. So there's 20 gold pieces left, you guys.
I'll take 5.
There you go. Just grab, take them. Watch your encumbrance, by the way. Watch your encumbrance, by the way, because it manually has to be taken care of. Did Shippy take any coins? I don't think he did.
Don't believe he has yet.
Did you take yours, Arthurian?
Oh, yeah, I'll give Sheppy 6.
Oh, do you have his character sheet?
Dude.
Okay. You can always leave it behind and come back later. You know, it's up to you guys. But anyway, there it is. The other lever. This one looks a little bit more fragile. It's got a crack running right up it. You begin to push. And it starts to give, and you start to hear that grating noise, the vibration under the stone floor that you're standing on. You can feel it, Agatha, Althea. You can feel this vibration in the floor. And the sound is coming from the pits in the center of the room. And just then, the lever snaps once again. Arthurian, you've managed to break both levers.
Is there anything remaining of them?
The levers? Just the wood.
Agatha will walk over to Arthurian. She'll offer him her staff and go, maybe you can try using this as a lever for them.
Arthurian's waving his two-handed warhammer. I had the same thought.
Do you want to use your hammer, or do you want to use my staff first?
I can use the hammer first. I don't want to break your staff.
Alright.
Yeah, I would basically like to use the end of the warhammer as my maul and as some of a lever to wedge in there and see if I can maybe move this grating some more.
Okay, give me a... I'm going to have you make a roll for this. Because this is a little tricky. I want you to make a crafting roll. Use some of that dwarven engineering.
23.
You're trying to wedge it, even tap it a few times, and you can see how it was constructed. There were these wooden levers. Right at the very bottom, there's like this metal piece that comes out. And on the wood part, on the wooden lever, at its base, there's this metal ring. And this ring fit onto this little metal pipe that's coming out of the throne. You broke that wooden part right off. But you can see that, you know, if you could put that wooden part with the metal ring on it back on, actually it's still on there. That is still on there. But there's no way to get it to turn without any leverage proper, even with your maul or your axe or your hammer. There's no way to do it. This has to be reconstructed, basically, to make it work right. You can't make it turn. It might even be a little bit rusted as well, making it even harder to turn. So, yeah, no success. But you do know how it works. You get the gist that it's some kind of mechanism that perhaps runs under the floor and probably has something to do with those holes in the middle of the floor. Maybe there was, like Sheppy suggested, some type of grating or something that, you know, was a surface to walk upon. And by manipulating these levers, they disappear. They get pulled into the sides. You'd have to do a little further investigating to see if that's what it is, but you get the gist that maybe that is what this is. And that's what the vibrating must have been.
Arthurian will look around. Yeah, it's a torture room. This is where they executed folk. Stand on the middle of that square there. You hit this lever. The floor comes out from underneath you, and you go sailing to the bottom where the beasties are.
That's terrible. She looks down below. I don't think Althea saw the beast. At least not from the angle that Agatha and Arthurian did. When
You
it
didn't
was
want
picked
to.
apart. Whatever's down there is probably mighty hungry.
Aye, and mighty big too.
I'm going to stand at the edge of the pool. And I'm actually going to throw a ration into the water.
You had my thoughts exactly.
And then I'm going to try my best to recall knowledge on this creature once and if it makes an appearance. I'm just trying to look to see if I've got anything tasty. I guess one would say.
All right, get rid of a ration. And by the way, from now on, make it a habit. Every time you take an 8-hour sleep while you're exploring, also get rid of a ration when you wake up. All right, so every daily preparation during exploration, take off a ration
Okay.
so we don't forget.
Well, I used one of the rations.
Huzzah!
Just sprinkle it over the water. Whether it be jerky or dried berries or what other preserved food I might carry with me.
Good old gnome rations. You do so. You pull it out of your pack and you send it along its way, and it descends. Splash! It hits the water. There's a pause. The ripples from the splash begin to slow and die down. You can see it floating on the water. This dried meat. Make a perception roll. Blind. As you peer down into the darkness below. To a human, it would be impossible to see anything in this dim light. But the keen eyes of the gnome is able to see clearly as if it was in daylight. The only thing you see is the ripples caused from the splash of the rations, which begin to slowly submerge out of sight. Is anyone else peering down this pit?
Agatha would make her way back to the edge of the pool.
And as you look down after Althea drops this ration into the abyss, you see the ripples. You see the splash. Clearly. Go ahead and make a perception roll.
Blind?
Blind. You see nothing at first. Something catches your eye, though. Just as the ripples begin to die down, you see what looks like the head of some creature, the upper portion of a head. You can see eyes popping out from the water slowly. Just one pair of eyes, the top of a head, serpent-like. And it slowly goes back under the water and disappears. You're sure it was some type of creature. What do you do? Arthurian, you're still wrestling with that lever back there.
Very much so.
Not making good progress.
No, Arthurian would have given up once he seen that it wasn't going to be able to be salvageable at this particular point in time.
Okay.
Yeah, he would have cut his losses on that one.
Agatha is gonna take her dagger out and she's gonna slice her palm open enough to cause it to bleed before putting her dagger away, and then she's gonna hold her arm outstretched over the pool and try and see if she can get a few drops of her blood to hit the water to see if she can try and get the creature to come back to the surface.
There's something I want to do as she does that as well.
What?
I'm going to take a piece of chalk. I'm going to cast light on it, and I'm dropping that in there.
As you pull the dagger from your waist, Agatha, and draw it near to the flesh of your palm, in one quick motion, you slash. You cut deep into your own palm, and blood instantly begins to appear. I want you to make a will save.
Okay.
Althea, as you get out the chalk and look at it, your eyes blur the vision of the chalk in front of you, and instead you focus on the image of Agatha. You see her. You see this bright blade come from her and quickly cut across her own hand. Strangely, you see her stare at her palm, and she begins to lick at what can only be blood. And then she stretches out her hand over the abyss. And what are you doing now? You're trying to drop your blood into the pool?
She's trying to get droplets of her blood to hit the water
Okay.
in an attempt to try and draw this creature back to the surface for a better look.
Okay. And Althea, what do you do at this stage? You see her raise her hand out, and you see driplets of blood falling into the abyss. You've got the chalk out. You want to cast light on that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Althea gets the gist of what Agatha's attempting to do, at least she thinks she does, that using the blood to draw the creature out. So it doesn't look like Agatha seriously injured herself, so she's not too concerned. That is her own body. She's allowed to do whatever she wants to it. So Althea will just continue to cast light on this piece of chalk, and then she's going to drop it in.
Now, you can only have light up one at a time, right?
That is correct, which will leave her in darkness, but she'll be able to see. It's like the light at the end of a tunnel.
All right. The chalk instantly lights the chamber. And you drop it into the abyss. Peering down, all around it, you can see the walls flickering with the light, reflecting the light as it descends closer into this pool. And it's a pretty big pool, but there's also ground and a shoreline as well. Splash! It hits the water, and you slowly begin to see it sink. You see the light begin to fade. It gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and dimmer until there is nothing. You see what looks like a star in a dark sky above. You see a pinhole of light, and that's all that remains of your chalk. It's too far away to see any kind of details under the water, but you do see it.
Okay. So I didn't like see a silhouette of the creature or anything.
No, it's nothing like that. So everybody, you're in complete darkness right now. The monk is a little bit shaken. You can hear Cassandra shuffling around. What happened? I can't see.
Don't move. Stay still.
I was just testing something. Don't worry. The light will come back shortly, and she'll recast it on her shoes. She just wanted to test it out.
No worries. Your shoes instantly bring back the light. You have light once again.
Agatha's eyes are still glued onto the water, trying to see if she can see some kind of movement.
See nothing. Nothing that you haven't already seen.
I wonder if these waterways are connected and not just separate pools beneath us. Maybe the creature's not here, but to the northeast or something. But
Like a giant pond up in there.
yeah, it would have been nice to get some sort of sight on it. Maybe I've seen this creature before, but I'd rather not antagonize it or anger it in any type of way or lure it here.
Aye. I think we've done about all we can do in this chamber, though.
Do we have anything that might fit in that mouth-looking thing over there? Like maybe a stick? But okay.
Agatha offers up her staff.
It might break it. Looks nasty.
Do you have anything better?
No.
How far deep of how long of a stick do we need? I have a torch.
That might work. Let's try it.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna stick a torch in that mouth-looking thing that I was looking at before.
Oh, that thing.
An unlit torch. So just like the wooden stick wrapped.
You got a 50-foot rope. You could tie whatever you want on the end of that baby and drop it down. It looks like it's about 40 feet approximately.
Oh no,
No.
we're talking the thing all the way to the east side.
Yeah.
With the
This-
sharp.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's a hole that goes down to the pool of water that you're looking at.
Oh. Okay.
It's another access point.
Hmm.
Or it could be the dinner bell.
So,
Aye.
so after being in this room and exploring and checking things out for 20 minutes, what you get the gist of when you look through these holes in the floor is the floor itself is about 3 foot thick. Below that, there's this big cavern. You don't see the entry points or exits to this thing, but it's a big cavern. And right below these holes, the two central ones, the one little circular one with teeth on it to the east, and the three ones that Althea was looking at, the smaller ones, those little alcoves, they all lead straight down into this pool of water. So this is a big pool. You also see a shoreline more to the south and what looks like to the west. There's a shoreline there. So there's a big cavern here. But this pool itself occupies everything under these holes, which is a 40-foot drop. Something was down there, serpent-like. There had to be more than one. Arthurian's sure he saw multiple heads pop up and consume this creature that fell into it. Nothing has reacted to you dropping rations, blood, or chalk lit with magic. Nothing has surfaced and thrown itself out. The waters are calm at this point. They're black. A small pin light exists. Well, actually it doesn't. It went out when you cast light on your shoes again. So that's gone. That's all you can tell right now. Although Agatha did see what looked like eyes watching. And then submerge once again. So it's possible something is very aware that you're up there doing this. That's the gist.
So potentially this thing isn't mindless, this thing's rather intelligent.
Could be.
That's terrifying.
Or maybe it's just not. Maybe it's just not hungry.
Plus, it just fed on both of those creatures. It may have sated its appetite for a moment. Well, it doesn't look like this chamber leads anywhere. Shall we back out and continue and see what else we can find in this floor?
Sounds good. No.
Arthurian will begin heading to the exit.
I'll follow.
Okay. All right, you can head back out the door and get back into this 5-foot wide corridor. Let me move you out there. Boom. Okay. Now, your marching order is Arthurian up front, followed by Sheppy, Althea, Agatha, and Cassandra bringing up the rear.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who am I missing here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's missing? Arthurian. Oh, there you are. So Arthurian, you're leading the group once again. Now, exploration activity. I have Arthurian, you as defending. Do you want to keep doing that?
No, I switched to the two-handed, so... Well, actually, yeah, I'll switch back to the Mason Shield.
Okay, so you're defending. Sheppy, I have a new detect magic.
Yep.
You sense the presence of magic. You have not sensed the presence of magic all around you. You continue to feel that way once again as you enter the corridor to the south.
And it's necromantic magic, correct?
You get a sense of that, yes. Althea, I have you as investigating nature. You're watching out for signs of a natural sort.
Actually, I will do search instead. Try to find those hidden doors or concealed hazards and such.
All right. Let me get a new pencil. Search. It's a
And my perception is plus 13 in case you ever come across needing to use that.
I got it. You and Tamira have the best perception in the group. Who do you think has the worst?
Sheppy.
Sheppy with a +7. Ouch!
Oh!
Ow.
All right.
Let's just say wisdom is not my forte.
So search is basically a concentration deal. It's you're basically using the seek action as you travel around. Okay, that's essentially what it is, which is a perception roll. And let's get to Agatha. I have you as shield spell. You want to put up your shield?
Yeah.
All right.
Just in case something gets past Cassandra in the back and tries to attack the more vulnerable people in the middle.
Scout. Cassandra's scouting from the rear. So everyone will get a +1 to their initiative if an encounter occurs, if it comes from the rear. All right, with that out of the way, you guys move into the corridor once again. Arthurian, as soon as you step into this corridor, you feel a great sense of dread. It's overwhelming. You didn't feel this before, but you feel it now. The hairs in the back of your neck stand up. Something is unsettling. Perhaps something is watching you. You don't know.
Definitely take a look around.
Do you want to head east? There is a doorway about 20 feet in front of you. To the west is whence you came. That door remains open.
There was a
I'll
door
head
to the
east.
south, wasn't there?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
but
was.
we busted it open though.
This one?
Yes.
Yeah, we already broke in there.
Okay.
Arthurian shattered the doors, broke them right off the hinges. You're leading, Arthurian. Which way you take the party?
I'll go east. See what's behind door number 2.
You hear anything, Arthurian?
I don't know yet. I'm gonna take a lesson.
You come to this door, and once again, it's like all the other doors you've seen. It's made of wood. It seems to be workable. It's not stuck or jammed. There doesn't seem to be a lock on it, however. A simple latch can be pulled.
I'm gonna take a lesson first.
Go ahead and make a perception roll. Nothing. Except, just as you pull your ear away, you hear something. It sounds like something shifted beyond this door. Didn't sound like feet, not footsteps. Some type of shifting noise, just briefly. Just like that. And then silence.
I heard something. Be ready for anything.
Okay, when you open the door, I'm gonna blast it with a fireball. So duck.
I don't think we need to go to that extreme at the moment.
Maybe this is going for you.
Arthurian will unlatch the door.
Six-sided room. Somewhat empty. Weapons racks stand in the northeast and southeast corners of the room. The southernmost rack is empty, but the northeast rack holds what looks like a hatchet. Yes, a hatchet made of some type of stone. You see it reflect light from Althea's magic. There's a twinkle to it. There's something unusual about it. It stands out, Arthurian.
Is any new magic coming from it?
You have not... You're constantly feeling it. It's all around you.
I'm just asking if it's new, because
It is new.
I could tell the school now.
In that sense, no, it's not new. To the east, Arthurian, you see what looks like two alcoves, similar to the ones you saw before, these little nooks in the wall, but these are along the east wall, straight ahead. These lie between the two racks on the eastern wall and have an open hatch and a ladder leading down. You can see it clearly from here. You see additional exits in the north, west, and south. You're in the west one, I should say. So there's an exit to the north and one to the south. Otherwise, the room seems empty, quite dirty, but there's no other furniture. just weapons racks in the northeast and southeast corners. What do you do?
I'll slowly step into the room. Trying to keep my ears open for that shuffling noise.
You step inside the chamber. What are the rest of you doing? Just following behind?
Mm-hmm.
Ready to blast anything that comes out of the
You don't.
darkness.
You don't see any movement. You see nothing. The room seems to be empty.
I'll walk into the room, staying close to the wall. I'll make way to the northern door.
Sheppy will check out that hatchet. See what's going on.
Agatha is gonna break off and make her way towards the southern door.
I'll go with Sheppy up and investigate this hatchet and see if maybe I can find any more hidden alcoves in the stone or something like a hidden door.
So, the weapons rack in the northeast. That's the one Sheppy and Arthurian are looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I got that right. Agatha. Start with you. This looks like every other door you've seen. It's closed. Doesn't seem to be locked. Althea, you come to a door, again, similar to all the other doors you have seen.
Are you muted?
No, I'm reading.
okay.
I'm reading.
I just saw your lips moving.
Let's see. Arthurian, you look to your right as you close in on this weapons rack. You see to your right, along the east, those alcoves, you see a hole and it descends below like you've seen similar. Kind of think that's the same thing, probably leads to the same place. You think. You'd have to look down to be sure, but yeah.
I'd almost bet that that pull underneath this room is connected to the other one in there. How big is the chamber below us?
Might be the next level of the dungeon, as far as we know.
Hope it's not too much water. Can't swim very good. Especially in full plate. Now let's go take a gander at that axe there, Sheppy.
What do we got here?
First, Althea. You're at this door. What do?
I'd like to examine it, see if it's locked, and then I'd also like to listen at the door.
Okay. Arthurian, Sheppy, you see this weapons rack, and it has just this it looks like a hatchet. And on this hatchet, it looks like the head is actually made of crystal. It looks like there was once many other weapons on here, but they've long since rotted away or been fallen into ruin. There's nothing else of value, but you do see this hatchet.
There's definitely magic coming from it.
There's magic all around you. You sense the presence of new magic all around you. You don't know where it's coming from, but it's all around you. You've felt that way ever since you descended into this level.
Now, you do remember that I'm high enough level now to know the schools.
It's necromancy.
Okay.
No change.
I will try to identify if it has any magical properties.
Arthurian will shout out, does anybody want a hatchet?
As you reach towards the rack, Althea, as you press your ear against the door, suddenly you both, all of you in this room, hear a ghastly sound emanating from what is right in front of you. There before you, you see them. The door itself springs to life, as does the rack. It comes to life, Sheppy. It comes to life. Arthurian, I'm going to put everybody in the tracker. Because you guessed it.
Freaking mimics.
Go ahead and
Just
use...
a matter of time.
Yeah.
Now, nobody gets the +1 to the perception roll for initiative in this case. But go ahead and roll your perception for initiative. Yeah, everybody's perception as normal. As they sprung to life suddenly. The door attacks Althea and consumes her.
Oh no.
You guys did this all at the same time, so it was perfect.
Oh no.
Well, on my tombstone, just put dead by door. Death by door. Whichever.
All right. All right, one's attacking you, Arthurian, as you reach out to it. It's the actual weapons rack itself, okay? The weapons rack is basically attacking you. And you can see the wooden frame of this thing actually begins to mutate and warp. And along its left side, it extends out into some kind of like pseudopod type of arm, which is the weapons rack. And it attacks you. What's your armor class?
Well, since I'm defending, do I get to have my shield raised?
You do.
My armor class is 24.
24. You block it. It misses you. Sheppy, same thing. The other side of this weapon rack swings out towards you. You're right next to Arthurian. What's your armor class?
20.
Okay, they all miss you. You guys are safe. We're going to go on to Agatha. You hear screams and commotion and crashing noises coming from behind you. Agatha, what do you do?
Does she turn around in time to see Althea swallowed by the door?
Well, she's not swallowed. I was just saying that.
Okay.
He was
She-
being dramatic.
Yeah, she will be.
I was gonna. I was
Yeah,
gonna say
it's time.
Uh. Without hesitation, Agatha is going to cast Tanglefoot on the mimic in front of Althea.
The weapons rack. Put it in the chat. Tanglefoot. A vine covered in sticky sap appears from the air, flickering from your hand and lashing itself to the target, the weapons rack. Attempt a spell attack against the target, the weapons rack. Go ahead. "22, that is a hit. That means it's not critical. Success. The target takes a minus 10-foot circumstance penalty to its speeds, plural, for 1 round. It can attempt to escape against your spell DC to remove the penalty. So it is affected by Tanglefoot. It will be slowed. Not slowed, but it will be... its maneuverability is definitely affected. So you did do that as these vines just appear all around it and kind of twist and turn between the racks and the spokes and the back sides and its pseudopods, kind of causing it some grief. It's not able to move as well as it had hoped. Okay, that's 2 actions. Still got time to do more. What do you do, Agatha?
I'm thinking as fast as I can.
5 seconds. Okay, what do you do? I'm moving on.
Go ahead, move on.
Althea, you're next. Now, this door suddenly begins to warp and mutate. You can see it coming alive. Briefly, your attention you're distracted as you hear what's going on to your right. Arthurian and Chapt engaging something. It looks like the weapons rack has come alive or something. There's vines coming out of it. But you also notice in front of you yourself, the door is warping and changing shape. You have time to react. What do you do?
I will be backing out of there. Alright, so I'll head just straight back. Just unpause the game, please, and I'll move myself. Excellent. Yeah, she stumbles backwards the entire way until she reaches the back wall. And then she casts Electric Arc on both of the creatures.
All right, the first one failed. Go ahead and roll the damage.
Alright, Nice. That's a 14 on the basic reflex. Save. 14 electricity damage.
Electricity crackles through the air, and you definitely get the wonder at the door that's right in front of you, or was right in front of you. You definitely get that one. You see smoke begin to appear around this creature. It seems to writhe in pain. If that's what it is, you're not sure, but you definitely got it. Okay.
Sounds good.
Arthurian, you have your shield and your weapon out.
Do. I'm going to make use of it. I can wallop the one directly in front of me.
Okay, you can attack it. You can attack the weapons rack. You see what looks like eyes and a mouth appear within the rack itself. Very unsettling. You definitely hit it. That is going to be a critical hit.
It's going to take 10 points of bludgeoning damage and is knocked prone.
It tips over.
It tripped on its leg.
Yeah, it tripped on its leg. And then I'm going to give it another go.
Okay, go for it. That's ridiculous.
22.
22 is a normal hit. You smash into this thing. It howls in pain. 8 points of damage.
8 points of bludgeoning, and Arthurian's going to smile down. How, damn ye! Then I'm going to...
I like me!
If you say so, lad. If you say so.
You will die!
And then I'm going to raise shield. Keep that up. That'll be it from me.
Time for revenge! The doors, or the weapons rack exclaims.
Well, if it stands up, I get an attack of opportunity.
Right. It's going to attempt to stand up. So go ahead and make that attack of opportunity as it does so.
I will re-roll that with a hero point.
Go ahead. You need a 20.
How about 36?
That is a critical hit. You slam it
Oh,
back
wow.
down. Let's see this damage.
Making splinters.
14 points. And as it tries to get up, you just see Arthurian. Nope. Bang!
Goes back down again.
And down it goes, crashing, splinters everywhere. It makes a scream of pain. And it attempts to stand up again. No, wait a
I
minute.
can't do nothing about it on this one.
Yeah, it'll stand up again. Let's get rid of that prone. And struggling with these vines wrapped all around it. Give me a number from 1 to 6, Sheppy.
3.
It's going to attack you. Oh. Let me look at it again real quick. Let's see. Okay. Pseudopod. Let's make this public. Because it's fun.
It's gonna hurt.
26 against Sheppy. So that's a hit. Okay. Any creature hit by the mimic is hit. That's hit by the mimic. Wait a minute. Any creature that hits the mimic is hit by the mimic or otherwise touches the mimic. Oh, I had to check this for Arthurian. Must succeed at a DC 23 reflex. So Arthurian, give me a reflex save. 2 of them. Okay, give me another one. Okay.
25 and 21.
All right, needed a 23, but I'm going to give you a bonus on that one. Sheppy, you go ahead and make a reflex save because you were hit by this creature, this weapons rack. If you fail, you are grabbed by it because it's sticky. 17, you failed. You are grabbed. I'll put that on your token. So it's got a hold of you after striking you. I don't think I rolled damage yet. Let me do that. Thwomp. You take 12 points of bludgeoning damage, Sheppy, as this pseudopod that looks like a part of the weapon rack just clobber you over the head, and it just sticks to you. You are grabbed. You're held in place. Okay.
Okay.
Ah! I can't get away! Just to clarify, you're held in place by another creature, making you flat-footed and immobilized. If you attempt to manipulate action while grabbed, you must succeed at a DC 5 flat check first, or it is lost. All right?
Okay.
You can't move. And it's tangled up, but it is going to attempt to move. A minimum in this case of 5 feet, because it's all tangled up with that spell, but it does move. Sheppy, you're up.
Okay, can I cast a spell and make a DC 5 check while I'm grappled?
It depends on the components of the spell. If you do anything that has a manipulation, like casting a spell with a somatic component, I believe that counts as manipulation. You have to make a DC 5 flat check or you're going to lose the action.
Okay, what I want to do is one of my new spells here. Sheppy turns into a ball of fire, raises up into the sky, the roof, and then comes out. Now you tell me if I can do it, because it doesn't have any somatic components that I see.
It has somatic.
Well, yeah, somatic and verbal. Somatic and verbal.
I believe that counts as manipulation, somatic, as does material. So go ahead and make a DC 5 flat check. See if you can do it, because it's sticking to you. Oh, you got it. Just roll the 5. I see Eric popped in. We'll get to you in a minute, Eric. So, okay, you can do it.
All right. So he goes up in the air, and he is going to come down.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't move. Let me see what you're doing here.
Read it.
Yeah, the spell says manipulate. Superheated air collects under you, bowing you high into the sky before you plummet back down in a fiery comet. Wow, that's perfect. You fly 15 feet straight up, that's doable in this chamber, into the air. Then fly in a straight line to an empty space of your choice on the ground within 60 feet. All right, you could do this. When you land, the blistering air bursts out from you, dealing 3d4 bludgeoning damage and 3d6 fire damage to all creatures in a 10-foot emanation from where you impact. There is a save involved. So... Alright, well, here's the thing. You're grabbed. You can't move. You can't fly. You can't crawl. You can't walk. You can't do anything. As long as you're immobilized, you can't move. Even if it's a spell, because you're technically moving with that spell. So
Okay.
that spell won't work in this case. You have to be able to move.
Gotcha. All right. Well, then I will try to get free.
Okay,
Sorry.
go
I
ahead.
need to do that.
Go ahead and make an athletics check or a melee attack roll. Counts as an attack either way. You have to beat its fortitude. $16. That's going to fail. You do not pull yourself free. You could try.
All right.
You could try again.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to give him a touch spell.
Okay.
And he says,
Abracadabra.
Yeah. I don't know why it's rolling damage.
That's the blazing dive. That's
You're
pretty
really
cool.
trying to sell that one, huh?
Yeah. There we go. I'm going to give him a burning hands.
Try and catch him on fire.
Yep. DC 21 basic reflex.
Now it's a cone. Let me see if you could hit two of them. Whoops. Yeah, you could catch them
Oh.
both. That's only 10 feet, but it's won't change the situation. So you can hit them both with this cone. And they'll both have to make a basic reflex save. So go ahead and roll your damage as your this gout of flame bursts from your hands. What was your first action? Escape?
Try to get free. Yeah.
Okay. 22 damage?
Yep.
Failure! That one's going to take 22. Failure. It's going to take 22. All right, you're done. Go to round 2. Let's see here. Let's put Eric in the thing. Where is he? There at the doorway. Gonna put you in the combat tracker, Eric. When you're ready, go ahead and roll your perception for initiative. Okay. Where does that put you? All right, right before Sheppy. Just to fill you in a little bit, because everything's chaos at the moment. You've entered this new chamber that was to the east from where you previously were, and what looked like an ordinary weapons rack, what looked like an ordinary door, were not. They had come alive and turned into these strange creatures, so that you're being attacked by a weapons rack and a door.
Sounds about right.
Sounds right to me. And you're currently standing watch at the rear of the group at the doorway. That's where your token is. So on your turn, you can enter the room and see what's going on. Okay?
Terrific.
All right, but first, Got this one up here.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Since Agatha cast Tanglefoot on that creature, does that mean the round is up and it can now move?
What's the duration in the spell?
Let's see here.
You can just put it
Yeah, I
back in the
think
chat so we can
I
read it.
think you have it on the wrong mimic. It's supposed to be on this one.
Yeah,
No.
it's supposed to be on the one that you just moved. Here it is.
That one has it. I think you put it on the wrong one.
What
Yeah,
level?
the one that, it is...
3.
Yes.
So it's going to last 2 rounds?
Yeah, it would.
I thought you cast it on the one attacking Arthurian.
No, she cast
Ah.
it on the one that was getting ready to attack Althea.
Okay. Well, let me change something here. Let's put that on him. It only affects his movement, so that's okay. This one, let's get rid of his Tanglefoot. Okay. So anyway, he's going to move his minimum of 5 feet. And out comes a pseudopod. A door handle comes flying at you, Sheppy. And it's sticky.
That a sticky door handle.
Yeah, sticky, a pseudopod. 30.
Yeah, that's a crit.
Critical damage. This is bludgeoning thwomp. Alright, 16 points of bludgeoning damage, and also give me a reflex save.
Doesn't matter, I'm dead.
You're dead?
Well, dying.
Dying. Put yourself at dying 2 because it was a critical. It inches forward again. I will consume you! They do speak, by the way. Agatha, you're up.
Alright. First movement she's going to move in front of Althea, kind of like a magical shield. Second action and third action is going to be acid splash on the creature that just now moved up beside Sheppy.
Put the spell in there. Acid splash. Keep in mind this does splash damage,
Yes, you're gonna damage one.
which could kill Sheppy. Any damage will drop his dying to 3. Do you want to do that?
I would track the acid splash.
The acid splash does splash damage as well. So in other words, it damages people around your target.
Yeah, going to retract that spell before it's cast, and instead going to cast Ray of Frost.
Ah. By the way, if you cast any spells from that staff of yours, let me know.
Will do.
A blast of fiery or icy energy erupts from Agatha. Make a spell attack roll. 22 is going to hit. It's going to be 13 points of cold damage on this creature. Straight up, no saves. Okay. 22? Did you... Go ahead.
Yeah. After she does that, Agatha's gonna say behind her to Althea, "What? I'm gonna try and get this thing distracted. Try and see if you can get the ship into Arthurian." And that'll be the end of it for her.
Althea responds to Agatha, "Already on it." And she'll cast her 2-action heal on Sheppy. You heal 45 hit points. Jesse.
Wow. Just another day.
We're not gonna mess around.
Shippy just appears again.
And then I will cast guidance on Agatha.
Drag that spell effect on your... Did you do that?
Gotcha.
Okay. Sheppy, you are wounded 1. Give yourself wounded 1.
And then this is what it look like.
Is that it, Althea? Guidance and heal?
Yep. Sorry, yeah, that was it. I'm working hard out here, casting magic. She wipes the sweat off her brow.
Yeah. Just gonna say there's sweat beads on your forehead. Go ahead, Arthurian, you're up next.
I don't know. I
Same,
think it
what's
won't let
that?
me click it because it's on top of Arthurian's token.
I'll get it.
Seeing what's going down, Arthurian will look back to Agatha and Althea, and he's gonna shout, "Dwarf incoming!" He's gonna move there, and he's gonna try to wallop the one that's in front of him.
Okay.
26.
That's a hit.
Be 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
You hit hard, you crack into its side, and splinters fly left and right. It screeches in pain.
I'm gonna try it again.
You will.
Not good enough, I don't think.
Let me see here. Did I just take double damage? I did. Let me add 6 points. There we go. And you got an 18. That is a miss. Okay, you're done. Shield is not raised. I'm going to go to the other little dude. Now, excuse me, 5, 10. If you want to take an attack of opportunity, do so.
I will indeed.
As it moved
Does
through,
he take me with him? Since he's holding me?
it lets you go. You can get rid of your grabbed.
28.
That is a hit. Tomat.
Gonna take 6 points of bludgeoning.
Okay. It's gonna clobber you with a 30.
Yeah, that'll get it done.
That's gonna be critical.
No, normal.
Normal damage. Okay. Lucky man, lucky dwarf. 17 points of bludgeoning damage, and give me a reflex save, please. You need a 23. Or you're going to be stuck. Sticky.
30.
Oh, you're good, as usual. Yeah. Chuckle it up.
You dwarfs don't like getting waxed.
Cassandra, you are up at the doorway. You see this weapons rack and what looks like a door surrounding Arthurian at this point. You see your friend, the goblin, Sheppy, lying motionless on the ground. Well, he's not necessarily motionless. He's not dead. But, yeah, what do you do?
Excuse me. Cassandra will stride in. Oh, the door's not open. Oh, can you unpause the game for me, please?
It's unpaused.
Oh, for me it's paused.
Try refreshing.
There.
Okay. Now the door is shut. Wait a minute. There.
Right. So she will stride into here
Okay.
and use flurry of blows on that mimic.
Yeah!
I think it's this one.
That's it.
Okay. And the second one.
That's it.
Okay. So add them together in case they have resistances. Oh no, sorry. That's a normal person's unarmed attack. Let me do so it's actually 8 and
Ouch.
8 and 9 for a total of 17.
17 damage.
Yeah. And it has to make a saving throw for the stun. DC 21.
Failure.
So it's stunned 1. And then with my last action, I will do a 5-foot step here.
Cassandra sounds a little bit under the weather today. You feeling okay, Eric?
Yeah, I've been fighting a cold all weekend.
Oh boy, I can hear it.
Yeah. Sorry if I might lose my voice at one point.
That's all
I
right.
hope not.
We've all been there.
Don't worry, I'll make sure we do some heavy role play with you tonight. Don't worry about it.
Thanks so much.
We got this. All right, so excellent work there by Cassandra. The monk jumps in, throws a few stunning blows, and stuns the poor door, which is almost dead. We're going to go to Sheppy.
I am having issues.
All right, try
with
it.
my-
If you want to disconnect, Jesse, and reconnect, that can sometimes help. I'll
I did. I think my internet just popped off of me.
Alright.
What you want to do is just, he's going to give up burning hands from the ground if anything's alive near me.
All right, Arthurian, go ahead and do that for him, or Kyle, I should say. Burning hands.
The second level burning hands.
Which one? The one to the north?
One to the left, I believe. Right, Sheppy? Because if I do it to the one down south, we're all going to be hit.
Yeah, I don't want to hit everybody.
Yeah, so we'll do the one on the left. I don't know how to place the cone down. But...
You don't have to. You don't have to. Your options are this. You can manipulate that cone so you just affect either the one to the left or the one below you. Either one, you can just hit them if you place it right. And you won't hit anyone else. So your options are either one. Which one do you want to hit? One's almost dead. Wow, they're both almost dead. I guess it really doesn't matter.
I guess really the only choice is, do you want it to go off into nothing, or do you want it to go into friendly fire?
Into nothing.
So the one on the left. Brett's the one above me.
You do realize you can hit either one with not without hitting your friends.
But only one, or both, is your saying.
You can only hit one.
Hit both, I hit it.
I'm just saying you can attack either one. Not at the same time, but either one.
Well, I don't want to hit anyone, so I just want to
They're
hit
both about the same health, so just give me a number north or east, Jess.
What's happening?
North.
The big boy. Up front.
He needs a critical success here. Nope, he got a success. So half your damage.
11.
So 6 points of damage, which kills him. Describe how you destroy this door, Sheppy, from the ground, while lying down even.
From the ground, he grabs a hold of the door's bottom half and just lights it up and turns into a cinder.
And it just explodes into fire and collapses to the floor. Smoldering ash. All right.
And for my last action, I will stand up.
Okay.
Which means I drop his prone and all that, right?
Mm-hmm. Get rid of the grabbed, the prone. Yep, you got it. Agatha, you're up.
Okay. Seeing how this creature just moved up beside Arthurian, she's going to cast Tanglefoot on it now. And then once she has cast it on the creature beside Arthurian, she's going to hold her ground. And that'll be the end of it for her.
Okay, attempt your attack with Tanglefoot. You miss. You got one more action.
What does guidance do again? I'm trying to remember.
What is it?
That's
Guns.
a +1.
Guidance?
Guidance adds a +1 to an attack roll or saving throw, doesn't it?
I thought you said guns.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. Yeah, guidance. You have to call out what you plan to use it for before using it, but you get a +1 status bonus to either an attack roll, a perception check, a savings throw, or a skill check.
Okay.
And once you use it, you're then immune for 1 hour. Here, I put it in the chat in case you need to see that again.
Thank you. Alright, so I used my 2 actions. I'll have 1 left. I retract her standing still, and Agatha against her. Yeah, Agatha's gonna remain where she is. End of it for her.
Go ahead, Althea.
Alright, I will cast Daze. And it has to make a basic will save. So that was a success, so it takes half, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe it gets rounded up,
Mm-hmm.
being 3 damage. Well, I guess you can just click the thing and click on half.
Daze. Begins to sway around.
Well, what you done to it out there, but it looks mighty drunk.
That's what happens when you mess with the brain, which apparently they have.
But you're so tasty, I must eat you. You got one more?
I do. You know, I'll just recall knowledge on this.
Okay. You will use occultism or any lore that would apply, or just your general lore. Otherwise, it's occultism.
Alright, well, unless it's nature or religion, occultism it is.
You've heard tales of these creatures, Althea, from stories long ago in the lands of the gnomes. They are known as mimics. These creatures have no significant immunities or weaknesses or even resistances. They are quite slow and nasty. They mimic things around them. They turn into furniture and things, and they're sticky. They like to cling to things that they stick to. But yeah, as far as immunities and weaknesses and resistances, there's nothing you can recall about them that's special. They don't really have any. Gotta watch their sticky pseudopods, though. So, as a player, you'd probably make a note on your booklet there that you've identified mimics and just write down what you just learned. No immunities, resistances, or weaknesses. You know that. So if you ever encounter them again, and you want to check and maybe learn something new, you would know what you need to know.
Alright, I'll make that note.
Next, we're going to go to Arthurian.
You already know what I'm gonna do.
We do.
I got one left, and it's hammer time.
Do. 34. That is a critical hit. Go ahead and roll that damage as you lay into
It's
this.
gonna be 16 points of damage, and it is knocked prone.
Describe how you finish it off.
Seeing how Sheppy finished off the other one, and Arthurian had redeployed to protect Agatha and Althea, he just lays into this creature, walloping it left and right. You see boards flying everywhere as Arthurian literally beats the boards off of this weapon rack. Pretty sure a few go sailing over Agatha and Althea's head as he's wailing away. Until finally it's nothing but a pile of debris on the ground, and he's wailing away at the pile. And just every strike. No hitting my friend. Yeah, he's piping off.
All right, just a pile of wood remains,
That's
smashed
hammer.
and splintered.
Arthurian, I think it's dead. Stop, you're going to ruin your
He's still just
your
wailing away.
Warhammer.
Ooh, that had to hurt.
Even Sheppy's kicking it.
Everybody's wincing at this point. Ooh.
Agatha's just watching, going, maybe we can use that for tinderwood.
Mm-hmm. Have a little campfire.
After probably about 3-4 minutes, Arthurian finally stops. He kicks it one last time in Dwarven defiance. Wasn't so tough. He's then gonna look back to the others. What? It needed to be done.
Good job.
I think it was dead whenever you did that last hit there, Arthurian.
Can't help to be sure, lassie.
Well, my greed got to me that time. I saw a shiny weapon and I went for it.
Mine as well, little Sheppy. I thought I might be able to add a nice axe to my repertoire.
Definitely beat us in.
If
That's all right.
if you really want an axe, you can have this hatchet back,
Oh
Arthurian.
no, that axe is cursed. I cannot do no good with it.
Okay,
down the hole.
but I just want you to know I've never carried or fought with a weapon like this, and I don't think I'd be able to.
Nonsense. I'll show ye. Mirror.
I can't wield the weapon.
Of course you can. Just put it in both hands.
She follows the instruction.
Pull it back over your shoulder, and just give it a good old-fashioned whack there.
Agatha's
She's-
gonna... Go ahead.
Sheppy
Arthurian will
steps back.
raise his shield as she does this. And just
Yeah,
give
she's
the old
gonna-
shield a whack there.
Althea just lifts the hatchet over her head, and the thing just slips right out of her hands. What? What did I do wrong?
Agatha's just gonna move back down to the south door.
Maybe we ought to find you a different weapon after all. Arthurian's gonna slowly walk away, embarrassed and whistling.
I think I'm all set with my star knife. This is probably the best choice for me. It's light. I've had these for a long time since joining Desna. I was gonna say the Order, but not exactly. Similar, but not exactly. But she would like to return the hatchet to you. And if not you, whoever would be willing and able to take it. Otherwise, Althea is okay with just keeping it in her backpack.
Aye, stick it in your backpack. I might need an extra weapon later on down the line. Kind of loaded up as it is right now, if you wouldn't mind.
Agatha
course.
points to her staff in a sign of saying, I'm good.
Cassandra Sheppy, I don't suppose you want this silver hatchet?
Cassandra just arches an eyebrow.
Yeah, I thought so.
Well, you can always break it down and use it for its room.
True.
Possibly. Well, I guess for now it sounds like I'll be keeping it in my backpack. Just don't forget that it's there. Otherwise, I just might forget myself.
All right, lassie. All right. I'll trade you for it the next time we get into town.
Sounds good. Now, Sheppy, you don't look so good. That last battle, you kind of, got a little too ahead of yourself, and
Yeah, my greed got to me.
It
The
sure
bookcase
did.
walloped him.
I saw a shiny crystal basin. I just wanted to touch it.
Yeah, well, see, the problem with that, young Sheppy, is it smacked back.
Unfortunately, it turned into a monster with a mouth and tried to eat me. But we're okay, right? I mean, I blacked out there for a second, but now I feel good again.
We're all right now. You just get healed up. I'm gonna take a look at that drop off and see if I can see down in that pit to the east there. Looks like Agatha's posted up on the southern door. Looks like there ain't nothing up north worth noting.
Has anybody even poked their head inside that room?
Nope.
No, I think we should take a look. If this whole place, there's something around every nook and cranny, and if it was guarded by a creature, there might be something worth taking a look at in that room. So I don't know if anybody wants to take a look, but I'm gonna have to patch myself up.
I was going to say, why don't you let me do it?
Yeah, question, has it been an hour since the beginning of this session? Because I know we looked around a bit, we traveled, and then had some combat.
By the way, did anything fall to the ground after these mimics died? Like a weapon, maybe? Or coins? Anything?
Ka-ching.
You
No.
really want that hatchet, don't you?
It was nice.
It hasn't been a full hour yet, but it's closing in on it. Maybe another 10 minutes.
Alright, then in that 10 minutes, I will actually refocus.
Okay. So in this 10 minutes, as Althea gathers herself and begins to chant to Desna, Agatha, you head back down to the southern door. The rest of you are chitter-chattering amongst yourselves about hatchets and treasure and things not fitting. After that conversation, the 10 minutes go by. Agatha, are you listening at the door, and what are the rest of you doing? Now, to the north, I should point out that where this mimic was, where it was imitating a door, it has revealed a chamber beyond. And laying on the ground in this portal leading into this chamber is a door that has been smashed. So the door that originally was here was destroyed. The mimic was replacing it. So there is no doorway there. There is, but it's open. The door lies on the floor. There is a chamber beyond. You haven't looked into that. And
What do you think, good Sandra? Would you like to go explore that bit with me?
other than that, this room is empty, except along the east wall, there are 2 alcoves, 5 foot square, that descend into the darkness. You can see what looks like a ladder in each one along the east wall of these little corridors going down. There's ladders. What would you like to do? Agatha, make a perception roll, by the way.
Okay.
Ten minutes have gone by, Althea, if you want to.
Why don't you let me tend to your wounds, and I'll tend to Arthurian as well,
Okay.
because then the delay is less.
Okay.
That sounds like an excellent plan, Cassandra.
Aye. And then, would you like to go take a jaunt up to that northern chamber there and take a look with me there, Cassandra? Might be some
would.
nasties in there.
I would. So first, this will be for Althea. Oh, Jesus. You know what? I'm going to spend a hero point to reroll that.
You are.
I wanna
Agath.
hurt her.
Damage.
Okay.
16.
So 16 for Althea, and with the same 10-minute action, this is for Arthurian.
Pull out the bandages.
It's 11 for you, Arthurian.
Fantastic. I feel better already.
Agatha, you hear squeaking noises. Sounds like something alive beyond the portal.
Agatha's quickly gonna hold a hand up towards the others to snap in rapid succession before holding a finger up as if telling them to be quiet for a moment.
What you got, lassie?
Can she hear anything else besides the squeaking?
You want to take more time to do so?
Yes.
Silence.
She's gonna press her ear for her. She's gonna listen for a few more seconds, and then she's gonna say, at least loud enough for the whole group, there's something on the other side of this door, and then she's gonna back up about 10 feet with her shield up and ready.
Are you sure about that?
Do you want to go stick your ear against that door? Because I'm pretty sure.
Now, Arthurian, while all this is going on, you've already approached this chamber to the north. And as you glance inside, it's a rectangular room, stretching north through south. You see shattered bottles all along the walls, on the floor. Some of them are intact. But you see nothing else. Would you like to go inside?
I'll take one step. Sort of relaying the information to Cassandra that I'm seeing, you know, all these glass bottles on the floor and such.
It is littered all along the north and eastern wall with broken glass bottles. But there are some still intact, and they have little labels on them. You can see them clearly. You'd have to pick them up to see what they say, however. But there are bottles in here of something.
I'll pick one up and see what it says.
What are the rest of you doing? You see Arthurian step inside this room at this point, Cassandra, Sheppy, Althea. He kind of goes out of sight briefly. Something has caught his eye. What are you doing?
I'll join him.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, while Cassandra was patching up Arthurian, Althea would have tried patching up Sheppy just to get rid of his wounded condition. So this would have happened while the two of them were.
"22.
There you go. Not like the points matter, but at least now you're not
There you go, Sheppy.
injured anymore. All right. Now, Sheppy, run along. Have fun.
Sheppy will follow up behind to see if there's any new magic coming from those bottles.
Althea's actually going to come over here and just to keep an eye out one of the other exits.
You see one corked bottle in front of you, Arthurian. You reach for it. You see that it does indeed have a label. Which you can read. In common. You'll see it in your inventory. If you take a look at it, you'll see it. Some other bottles are also there intact, but there's nothing inside them. If you would like to really search and see if there's any more lying out of sight, you can do so.
Yeah, I'll take a few moments and comb over the room briefly.
Okay. You do see a few more bottles. What about you, Cassandra? Are you joining in this little investigation?
Sorry, I was on mute. I'd like to, but the game is paused for me, and I can't see. I can't see anything. It's all dark.
You are in the room. I see your token.
You're standing right beside me.
Okay, there. That's better. All right. Is the game supposed to be on pause?
Yes.
Okay. So I will also take a look around the room.
Okay. You also find some bottles. Now, of these bottles that you find, I will need you to make either an occultism or arcana roll. You don't have to be trained. This is an investigation. So if you'd like to use arcana or occultism, try and figure out what is written on these bottles or what they might contain. Go ahead and do that. Either one.
Okay. It's not much.
How about you, Arthurian?
Occultism or Arcana?
Yep.
Try Arcana, why not?
The two of you don't recognize the writing on these jars. It's some type of runic inscriptions you've never seen before. But there's definitely liquid in some of these bottles. One in particular, the one that you have, Arthurian, in fact. But this bottle... Yeah, we'll leave it at that. You don't know what it is.
We can maybe bring them
Yes.
to Agatha.
We bring him to Agatha, or perhaps Althea might be able to help out. Let's collect them and see what we got.
All right. What about the rest of you? Are you going to just remain out here, or are you going to go in the chambers and look as well?
Agatha is going to remain where she is and just kind of keep vigil on the door.
Okay. How about you, Althea?
I guess if there's no action to the west, she'll take a look over and kind of see the group filing in and moving around in the northern area, and she'll kind of peek her head in and say, "So, what'd you find?"
Bunch of
You guys
potions.
have been in here for a while, and I just want to make sure that everything's okay.
A bunch of potions we can't seem to read the labels on.
All right, Althea, give me a, as you peer around the room and look at what they're pointing out.
I made it blind.
That's okay. That's what it's supposed to be. You see one bottle. One bottle catches your eye, Althea, and it's close by to you. It's been overlooked, obviously, by the dwarf. Clumsy as dwarves are. He didn't smash it. You reach down and grab it. It's quite pretty looking. It's not just glass, but at the bottom of its base, it looks like it has silver fingers going up its base and reaching upwards. There's nothing in the bottle, but yet it looks like it has a brand new secure top on it. Like it's never been opened, but there's nothing in it. It has writing on it. I'd like you to make an Arcana or Occultism roll.
Okay. Meanwhile, she's like, wait, Arthurian, don't step down! Wait! She picks it up to investigate further. And I suppose I'll do Occultism.
Yes.
That's all I've got.
Did you give away your little thing that you had that gives you bonuses to Occultism? You used to have a little pendant.
No, I believe I still have... I have the pendant. I gave away the brooch.
Ah, okay. That's right. The pendant of the occult.
And if I didn't pass, would I possibly be able to use a hero point?
Yes, you rolled a 1.
Oh, yeah, can I please
Yes.
use a hero point on that one? Seeing as the occultism isn't that, like, my strong suit.
It looks like it could be worth something. I mean, the bottle itself looks fantastic, but it is empty. There's nothing in it. Just unusual. It caught your eye because it's been sealed and never opened.
How peculiar. She'll kind of make mention of this bottle to the others and just kind of show it around. And not exactly sure what this is, but if anything, I might be able to sell it later. And I'll put it in my bag.
Before you put it in, let me take a look at it and see if I can figure out what it is.
Yeah, if you think you can. And she'll hand it over. Just please don't drop it, Chapt, please. It looks really delicate and fragile.
Whoop.
No! That's why we can't have anything nice.
You got a 16 if you're happy with that, Chapt.
Yeah. Okay.
Looks like an empty bottle. A nice one, though.
Looks like a nice empty bottle. I'll give it back to her.
I will.
So that's some price.
I will point out what you're doing is you're trying to read these runes that are inscribed in the bottom. You don't know what it says. Althea or Chapt, you don't know what it says. Something mysterious. Nothing else really stands out. As far as the other bottles that you've gathered in your hands, Cassandra and Arthurian, you each have a bottle as well. Did you say you were going to have Agatha look at them?
I thought that was a good idea. She seems like she might be the best suited person.
Okay, Agatha, up to you.
Agatha will wander away from the door and make her way over to them. And curious to see what they're doing. What y'all doing?
Looking at potions.
It's a bit of a mess in here, but maybe, an extra pair of eyes might find something peculiar. Like, when I came in here, I found this bottle. And she'll take the bottle out. I wasn't able to make heads or tail of it, but it's very strange that it seems to be intact, but there's absolutely nothing inside of this fancy little bottle.
Agatha, go ahead and make a occult or arcana roll.
Go on occult.
You got an 18. Are you happy with that?
Do I really want to test fate?
You essentially rolled a 7.
Alright, we're rolling it.
Althea presents this bottle to you, which I've described previously. On the bottom, there is an inscription. On each of the fingers, there is a rune. The fingers, of course, are kind of like in this silverish metal. It's not silver, though. And there's a rune on each one. The bottle is brand new. You recognize it immediately. Ah, this is the fabled bottled air. Very useful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag that, well, whoever wants it can have it. I'm going to drag it to your sheet, Agatha, till you decide what to do with it. Okay?
She holds it out to the group. Anybody want it?
Althea found it. She can have it.
All right, we'll give it to her.
Just another small thing to hold on to.
You never know when you need air.
That's true.
Go ahead and make another Arcana Occultism for the other bottles. Just one roll. They also have runes on them as well. And they actually have a liquid in them. And Althea, I put that in your inventory. You kind of chuckle to yourself looking at the bottle that Arthurian gives you, and Cassandra. It's obvious that whatever they contained, and it says the inscription is hard to read, it seems to be broken, hard to decipher even for you, but you tell immediately once you uncork them and you smell it and look at the consistency, it is all spoiled. Whatever elixirs or potions these were, they have lost their energy. There is nothing here, as far as you can tell.
Is there any magic that I can identify that's coming from them? Like School of Magic, if they had any.
Necromancy.
Agatha is going to make her way over to that room that everybody just came out of and poke her head in and see if she can find anything herself now that she's really curious.
Arthurian, did I give you...
You gave me a potion, yes.
Where is it? I don't see it in your inventory. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I see it. And that's been you've identified that yourself. Alright, so the other bottles seem to be pretty useless, according to Agatha. Except for the one. Bottled air. I wonder what use this will come in. Alright, now, what happened here? Somebody was going to go back in the room?
Agatha was going to go into the room that everybody came out of, kind of not really curious what's actually inside of it.
Alright, you see a room full of shattered bottles. There doesn't seem to be any more bottles intact like they brought out. And if there is, they're empty, they're uncorked, they're just not broken. That's about all that you find at this stage. Not sure what this room was. It's otherwise pretty empty.
If that's the case, after she goes rummaging around looking through the bottles, probably knocking a few over here and there. Everybody outside looking at her like, what in the world is she doing?
You're being noisy.
She's just gonna make her...
You are, you're
she's
being
just gonna
noisy.
make her way, she's gonna make her way back down south to the door.
Alright, out of the way, everybody. Make your way down south. Alright. So you've investigated that room as far as you can tell. There's nothing else of value in here. The overall feel of this room is that if you look in the floor carefully, although it hasn't been used in a long time and it's pretty dirty, it does look like there's stains on the floor, Arthurian. And as you take a closer look at it, it does actually look like blood. Long since dried, but stained. Splotches on the floor.
Somebody had a fight here.
Now, the weapons rack that you smashed to smithereens is all smashed to smithereens. But if you remember, there was a hatchet, which looked like to have some kind of crystal attached to it. Obviously, that was part of the mimic's camouflage and disguise to lure victims, because it no longer is there. So other than the piles of wood on the floor from these mimics, and the stains, and the shattered bottles to the north in the chamber there, nothing else seems to be in these chambers. Outside of the little alcoves to the east, where there's those holes going down below. There are ladders there. So what would you like to do next, my friends?
I'm gonna head down to the southern door.
You are. Cassandra, as we go through exploration here, what is your exploration activity? What do you look like as you travel around these hallways? What are you doing?
Cassandra normally tries to be the one doing the scouting.
To the rear. I have you in the rear. Okay?
Okay.
Excellent.
Did we want Cassandra up front?
It's Arthurian, Sheppy, Althea, Agatha, and Cassandra. So you've got a fighter at the front, you've got a decent fighter in the rear, and all the squishies in the middle.
Alright. Well, I just wasn't sure if we wanted to change it, because Eric wasn't on before when we kind of chose
That's true.
our order.
You want to take up the rear, Arthurian?
I can do whatever.
Or second? Whatever you want to do.
I can do second in case we have to quickly get out of a situation.
Okay.
Jerk somebody back.
I'll be right behind Arthurian, as usual.
All right, before we're about to go through the door that Agatha is in front of.
Mm-hmm. So you're leading the party, you're leading the group, Cassandra. The doorway is right in front of you. It's not locked. There's a latch on it. Let me bring you guys down here. You open the door and reveal another corridor. It's about 15 feet running to the south, ending in yet another door.
I'll check this door for any possible traps.
I believe that's a perception roll.
Yep.
Go ahead and do that. Nothing seems out of place or unusual. You check the ceiling, the walls, and along the floor. Nothing catches your eye as you cautiously move down this corridor. The door is now directly in front of you. You see again a latch.
I'll open it.
At this point, it seems you see what looks like another corridor going left and right, or east and west. A T intersection, if you will. I'm going to have you peek around into this corridor and see what we're talking about here. To the east, you see what looks like another chamber. To the west, you see another door, maybe 15 feet away. 10, 15 feet away.
We listen to see if there's any noise coming from the chamber to the east.
You all want to do this? If you want, everybody remain still and make a perception roll.
Sure, why not?
Go for
Yeah,
it.
sure.
Oops. Should have made that private.
Come on, man, you're lagging me. Damn, dice takes about 5 minutes to show up on the screen.
Yeah, Founder's being slow for me tonight.
I know what that's like. That's all right, Jesse. I'm trying to open this thing here and it won't open for me. Let me go to my journal entry and look for a chamber. There we go. You all take pause as you enter this corridor. Cassandra, immediately when you step into this corridor, you feel a breeze coming from the east. It's a warm heat to the breeze. Like many places so far that you've encountered deep in the Gauntlet, it's unsettling. You all pause and you listen. It seems very quiet except for what sounds like an occasional rush of air, followed by a silence, and then another rush of air. And it's then that you feel the warmth of this air. It's almost as if it's alive, and you're feeling the breath of the Gauntlet itself. Yes, unsettling. Indeed. You all sense this. Althea, you feel a darkness, especially about this area.
What else it means? Anything but the floor looks like it has changed.
Sheppy, the presence of necromantic magic. You feel it within you. You don't know where it is, but it seems like it comes from all around. Maybe even the walls. But its presence is strong. And yes, it is unsettling. What do, Cassandra? Before you lies a chamber to the east.
How do you all feel about me sneaking up to get a better look?
If you can be as quiet as little Binley here, go for it. Let's see what's
You're
over
in
the
the open.
corner.
You're lit up. I don't think you're gonna hide.
Well, I won't move.
As you have this
She will.
discussion, who exactly is in the rear?
This is Arthurian, no?
Okay, Arthurian, you have the rear. I need a perception check from you during this extra time of conversation going on. Peering around behind the group.
I got 27, but I gotta bow out, guys. I got something going on. Mom's blood sugar's dropping out of sight again, so I gotta go deal with that.
Okay, Kyle. Keep in touch. Let us know what's
Alright.
going on.
Here, Kyle.
Take care, Kyle.
Sick up.
I'm going to roll a dice here for Arthurian. He's going to shut this door. Okay, so that's taken care of. Now, Cassandra, you were moving up into this room.
I was going to try to do so sneakily, yeah.
All right, give me a stealth roll. Now, Althea, you're close behind Sheppy at the doorway. Your light spell is going into this hallway. If you really want him to be good at stealthing, or her, I should say, Cassandra, you might want to shut this door. Or douse your light.
I douse my light. I dispel it.
Okay, which means Cassandra can't see anything.
See nothing.
So it won't work.
Yeah.
This is the problem
Well, I
we
was
have.
just thinking I would sneak up to here without making a sound. So
Okay.
I
And
could
then
peer
peeking
around,
over.
peer around. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Pressing against the wall. You do so and you peer around the corner. You see nothing. I'm going to move this up so everybody can see this from where he or she is. I'll move you up a little bit more so you can see around the corner. This is what you see.
Is that a stove?
Is it a couch
Looks like
with
a couch.
with mushrooms on it?
I'm
Yeah.
letting you guys try and figure it out before I read it.
Yeah, it looks like a fungal couch.
Either that, or there's a bunch of lampshades on the couch. Huh.
To the north, a counter wrapped around the northern and northeastern wall bears a few cracked serving dishes. It's a countertop. Dusty and shattered display case features only grime and broken glass along the rest of the wall. The floor itself is cracked. The chamber itself looks relatively empty. There's a display case along the eastern wall. It's not showing here, but there's a display case. To the south, you see there's another corridor, an exit from this chamber.
Cassandra will take a look at the display case.
All right, as you step forward, you can see down this other corridor, there is another doorway. Continuing on to the display case that's shattered, go ahead and give me a perception roll as you look at what is contained herein.
Any new magic?
You feel its presence constantly, Sheppy. Cassandra, you look at this display case. Once had glass on its front, but now shattered. Just shelves. You see immediately on the inside of this display case, to the left on the wood, something has been carved. It says, "They are watching you." Just carved into the side of it. Would you like to examine the carving even more?
If I can examine it further, certainly.
In that case, go ahead and give me a perception check. You rolled a 1. Would you like to re-roll that?
No. But I do draw the attention of the others to it.
And what does that sound like? Do you call to them?
Sure. Sorry, I'm just having a bit of trouble with my voice.
Yeah. I forgot.
I
All right.
call over to Agatha, and I say, for this, who do you think they are?
So what are the rest of you doing? You're peering around the corner, watching Cassandra move into this chamber. She seems to be beckoning to you. Do you want to join her? Sheppy,
Yeah,
Althea?
I'll follow.
All right, you follow into this chamber. You pretty much see what you can see from this token. As you approach it, your attention is immediately drawn to what is crudely carved into the inside wooden portion of this display case that's been smashed. There's nothing. You don't know what was in here, but it's empty. But it says, "They are watching you." If you'd like to roll a perception check, blind, you can do so as you examine this a little bit closer. See if there's anything else written, or there's more to it, or maybe what carved it. Go ahead and make a perception roll, if you want.
I'll follow in too and take a look at what everyone's looking at.
All right. Agatha. Sheppy. That's pretty much what it says. It's maybe somebody died. Who knows? But somebody's watching us. However, Althea, as you look at the carving itself, that is what it says, but something else catches your eye. There seems to be a hinge closest to the wall at the back of this case. It's right there next to the carving.
I'll point it out, and as I do, I reach and open it.
It looks like that the entire case itself is hinged to the back of this wall, and you can pull it almost like it was a door. Now, let me find this. Okay. It swings outward. However, you don't see anything but a solid wall. What you do see is on the reverse side of this cabinet, there seems to be, towards the bottom near the floor, there seems to be something carved on the bottom. Very similar to the one on the inside. And it says, Chafki, will have revenge soon. Belcora returns. The portal shall be unlocked. And there at the bottom you see the symbol you've seen before. It is the symbol of the teleportation circles you've seen earlier on upper levels. It's just a symbol, and it's drawn. This is carved on the other side of this cabinet. So it kind of opened like a secret door, but actually what it is, it's just revealing this secret message. Somebody was scribbling here. So you got the name Jafka, Jafkha. Belcora. Where are we here? Okay, so you might want to make a note of that. But you don't see any passageway or anything like that. And you could just swing it back shut again.
While they're looking at that, Sheppy's going to take a look at this stuff up here. Does it look like furniture that's been turned to stone?
It does. Stone
Maybe a
blocks. Stone blocks. In the shape of a countertop. 2 of them, in fact. Otherwise, this chamber seems empty. All right, before we decide what to do next, we're going to take a pause. You know what that means? We're going to take a 5-minute break because I need to. It's getting desperate here, folks. I'm telling you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Everybody's going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back. We're going to go to intermission. All right, so folks, you guys hang in there because you know what? It's going to get better. I'm telling you. All right, so everybody take a 5-minute break. We're back. Things are looking grim. We'll see what happens next. As we get into part 2 of this exciting episode of the Abomination Vaults. Kyle, of course, has stepped out for a bit. I'm not sure he'll be back in tonight's session. He's got more pressing things at the moment. But we do have Eric, Dizzy, Jesse, and Rachel. Rachel, of course, will be running Kyle's character in this next part of this show. So, yeah. So, you've entered this chamber. You're not sure what it is. It's just stone countertops, a display case all smashed that actually had messages crudely written on the inside. And actually, there was a hinge. You moved it out. Althea spotted this. She's good at this, you know that. There was another message carved at the bottom, something about Belcora. She lives. And this other individual known as Jafka, Jafkha. Jafka. Doesn't make any sense. If anyone would like to make a recall knowledge, feel free to do so. Maybe one of these names comes to memory. Jafka. Oh, written in an ancient text long ago. I know Jafka. You never know. If you'd like to make a check, feel free to do so.
Under... would it be Arcana?
Society.
Slide you.
In the interim, you guys have all gathered yourselves together. You've looked around at nothing of interest here. Stone countertops. You're gathered here in this central area of this chamber. Cassandra, you're leading the way. There's another doorway to the south down this narrow corridor, 5 foot wide. Nothing.
Shall we go south?
The only other option is to the west. There is another doorway.
So shall we go south or shall we head back west?
I'm curious to see what's south of here. Maybe this Jafka person, or this individual, maybe they lived in these chambers. Maybe we'll uncover like a bedroom.
All right, as the companions gather themselves up, Cassandra in the lead, Arthurian in the rear, watching carefully. Would you like to shut that back door over here, Althea?
Yeah, I was just gonna say let's just close that door.
Yes. So if you have to run for your lives, you got to waste an action to get in the way. Makes good sense. You never know.
We'll just have Arthurian run. Since he's in the back, he'll run and just break all the doors down.
Yep, crash right through. All right.
This way!
He'll headbutt it.
All right, Cassandra, you've traveled 10 feet down this corridor. It's another standard door. However, you notice something straight away. There seems to be a flickering light, barely seen until you get up close to it. There's a flickering light coming from the bottom of the door. You could just make it out. It's very tight seal, but you can see the light as you get closer. There's a light on the other side of this door. There's also a latch. There's no lock on it. What do you do?
I listen at the door.
Okay, blind perception. You hear the crackle of flames and fire beyond this portal. It sounds comforting. Like perhaps there's a little campfire of sorts. Something. Or perhaps
It's only magic fire.
So Cassandra just looks at Sheppy with her eyes, trying to draw his gaze to the flickering flames and that we can see through the bottom of the door. And she just says, I know you must be interested.
Take a look.
I'll open the door. Be great if everyone could join us.
Wait. Is it actually a bedroom? Was I right?
Yeah, I think you were. There's a bed right there.
You're right.
Oh, that's freaky. But quick, flip the mattress. Show us your secrets. But yeah, I'll follow in behind just as you kind of put us in.
So I'll walk in and I'll see what grabs my attention when I walk in.
as you push open the door, it opens, and you're immediately greeted with the warm glow of a fireplace. To your left, on the east of the map, there is a glowing fire. Very inviting. All around the room, you see spider webs. You see them above you in the ceiling. You see them in the corners. You see them alongside the fireplace itself. This sitting room glows from the light of a fire, crackling pleasantly in a web-choked fireplace on the east wall. A large divan has been pushed up against the door to the northwest. Several pitons pounded into the gap between the stone door and its frame, ensure it remains shut. You can see them just beyond. Somebody has braced that door closed. The room is otherwise empty, save for the cracked stone on the floor and the cobwebs that surround the corners and walls of this room. It's unusual because no one is here, and the fire is burning like it was just made. There were no logs in sight, but yet it burns.
And every one of these rooms has one of these things in it that we've been in so far.
I've noticed that too.
Yeah. Something's going on with those things. Maybe we're being watched through them.
Can we light it on fire?
I could.
You do see in the south, you see another exit, another door.
How
There's-
strange. Oh, go ahead.
Along the west wall, you see two doors, one of which has the pitons and it's being blocked. It's the one immediately to your right, Cassandra. But in the middle of the room, there's another door right here. And there's a big padlock on it. Otherwise, the room seems quite empty. Comforting. Good place to make camp, perhaps. Such a dark place. What do you do?
How ominous to see such burning light in this dark place that seems so lifeless. Sheppy, I know you've been tracking certain magics as we go. Can you tell if this is magical fire or if it's burning through wood?
So it's being cast at 3rd level. It lets me pinpoint the highest level effect within range of the spell. If it's different than necromancy.
What are you doing? Detect magic?
Yeah, fighting 3rd level.
That just lets you determine the school involved. Nothing else changes.
If it's not any different than necromantic magic, it would come to my knowledge.
What would you like to do?
The fire. What school of magic is it? If it is magical.
Yeah, pretty curious about the fire and if it looks like it's like a fireplace.
Go ahead and make a identify magic.
What am I rolling?
Arcane. Arcana.
Public or
Public. Doesn't matter.
$27.
Definitely magical. This fire was probably made in the day and age of Belcora. And it still burns even now with some magical energy.
First flames.
Ever burning torch, anyone?
Does it give off heat?
A little bit. Not much, but there is a little bit. You have to get really close. In fact, Althea, as you reach your hand in towards the fire to feel its warmth, you feel you need to get even closer and closer and closer to it before you're right in it, before you feel any heat. And it's at that point that you notice that on the inside of the fireplace itself are cobwebs. Not burned. In fact, you see spiders. Not one, not two, but three. They're small. They seem harmless.
Until Mama jumps on.
It might prove useful if we could harness this, but I don't see how.
Steffi's gonna grab, what are they, like logs burning, or what is it? What's burned?
You see some logs there. They don't seem to be charcoaling up or burning away into cinders. It's just, this is a magical fire. With a little bit of warmth and showing light and filling the room with light. It's a magical fire.
So it's not like cast on the wood or anything. We can't tell. I'll pull a log out and see what happens.
You reach in, you grab the log. It's pretty hot once you grab onto it, but it doesn't seem to damage you. And as soon as you pull the log out, the flames go away. It's still burning in the fireplace, but the log is now out.
I'll take one of my torches, my unlit torches, and
You
just
guys.
touch one end to the flames.
It
Just to see if
explodes!
cast- I regret everything!
By the way, you sense abjuration. Abjuration. Magic.
Gotcha.
Now, what did you do, Althea? What nonsense are we doing here now? You grabbed the log.
Yeah, seeing... I'm not grabbing the log. I'm seeing
Okay.
if my torch will catch fire using the flames that are in the fire pit.
Okay, you pull out a torch, and you put it right into the flames, and they begin to lick around the end of the torch, but it doesn't seem to catch.
I should put the torch away and say, Agatha, come in and check out this fireplace. It's don't go into it. Oh gosh!
Boom! Like a torch, she ignites and disappears. Pile of ash.
But Althea asks her, you mind checking this out? Maybe it's nothing, but it's really peculiar, and it doesn't appear to be like a fire as we normally know it to be.
Althea, is your light spell abjuration?
Good question. Light.
I thought it was alteration.
It's evocation.
Oh. But yeah, she'll make her way inside, and she'll make her way over to the fireplace, and reaching to the back of her hair, well, under her hair, to the back of her neck, she'll gently pull her little eight-legged friend from behind her hair,
Spidey.
and she'll set him down and let him take a look around inside of the fireplace.
Talk to the other spiders.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if there ever was a cute spider, I guess it would be that one.
What do you do with it? You send them off into the flames? What did you do? Befriend the
They-
spiders?
She's sending her little Spidey to try and see if it'll talk to the other spiders.
Well, communication between you and your familiar is not, it's pretty much on a emotion-based communication at this stage.
Okay.
You really can't say, oh, do this for me and do that for me, and what did it say?
Well, she'll try through her emotions to see if she can try and get it to understand what she wants it to try and do.
All right, emotional language.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he scanters off down your arm, and he makes his way towards one of the webs over in the corner to the south. And he begins to climb, making his way off, and he disappears from sight. It's quite worrisome. But you trust that he knows what he's doing. While this is going on, Cassandra, what are you up to? You've been looking around this chamber. You're not sure it's too safe or secure at the moment. Kind of concerned about these locked doors. Why would they be locked and spiked shut? What's up with that? And there is that door to the south as well. What are you doing?
I will listen to the door at the south.
Okay. You go ahead and make a blind perception roll. While he's doing that, Althea, what are you doing? You're up by the door right now. You're Arthurian. You want to shut that door? Or... Come on in, Arthurian.
Yeah, we'll close the door and we'll check out the bed.
Okay.
Both Arthurian and I.
Okay. Arthurian falls asleep quickly.
Arthurian, get off the bedroll.
Where's Sheppy? Oh, he's lost in the webs there. I can't see him.
Yeah.
You're all tangled up fighting with it. Go ahead and make a reflex save. See if you get untangled. What'd you get?
Oh, yeah.
What'd you get?
22.
You easily knock all the webs to the side.
Those are all my good rolls.
Some of them are dust webs.
Yeah.
That's my duty, to get
I'm
you to
gonna
waste your rolls. Waste your rolls.
I'm going to listen at this door down here.
All right, you can do so. You can make a blind perception roll. Now, Althea, this doesn't seem like this bed has been used by anything in a long time, but it is braced up against this door, which you can see on the opposite side. And you also see the spikes. When you look under it, you can see the spikes. When you look to the sides of the door, you see spikes have been spiked there as well. A couple of them. Kind of keeping it, for the door from moving. Very scary. Cassandra?
Yes?
Why won't that open? Huh. I gotta find this manually again, sorry. You think you hear a scratching noise, like something dragging across stone. But it's very brief. And you're not even sure you really heard it. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. But you get the sense might be over there. Sheppy, after untangling yourself from all those webs, they're still stuck in your hair and on your sleeves. You managed to put your ear up against the door. You notice its lock mechanism. You say to yourself, boy, I wish I had those lock picks. To an Arthurian.
Sorry.
As you listen, you hear nothing. Dead silence. Agatha, you finally catch a view of Spidey. You see him right at the top. He's much bigger than the other spiders there, but he seems to be kind of getting along with them. There's a couple little spiders up there in the corner. Seem to be hanging out. Not sure what's going on, but, it doesn't look threatening. Althea, you're not sure what to think right now. Arthurian's sleeping on the damn bed again. What do you guys do?
It's had a long day.
We've all had a long day. So, what would you like to do? At this stage, you're in this room. There doesn't seem to be anything threatening. Cassandra hears something on the other side. She's not sure that's threatening either, but there's no lock on this door. You've got these two other locked portals on the west wall, one of which is barred. The other one has got a physical lock on it. What do you do?
Say open the south.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, minus 12.
All right. We open it.
Okay. All right.
Oof.
I got to bring you all in here, just so you could see.
I can see really far with my dark vision. This is huge.
But you're all at the doorway and in the chamber behind. But I'm bringing you in for description's sake. Okay? Overturned tables and benches come within your sight, Cassandra. All made of what looks to be petrified wood. As you step inside, you feel the hardness of that wood as it's broken in front of you, but it's been petrified. It lies scattered all around the edges of this expansive chamber. Catching your eye, pale bones are interspersed with these petrified furnishings. Several preserved monster heads. And silver plaques adorn the walls. A glowing circle of runes is etched on the floor to the east. You could just see it. Sheppy. Now, before you say anything else,
Finish.
I should also point out you see what looks like bones further into the room. Bodies, perhaps. What do you do, Cassandra?
I will walk in and try to see, maybe with a medicine check, to see how long have these bones been here.
You're going deep into the chamber to investigate the bones. Where's your token?
Yeah, if that's where the bones are.
How about the rest of you? Sheppy, you're next. How far are you behind Cassandra? Are you following in, or are you doing something else?
No, I'm going to hang back.
Hanging back near the door.
I'll be right here.
Althea, how about you?
Where I am is perfectly fine.
Agatha?
Mm,
You left your Spidey behind.
yeah, she's not too comfortable with that, and she's also not too comfortable leaving Arthurian behind that apparently passed out on the couch, or whatever it is. So
Yeah.
she's gonna.
He's in the room. He's right behind
Okay.
you. Just bringing up the rear.
There you are, Arthurian.
She's gonna move back up where her Spidey is.
So you're not going in this chamber?
No,
Okay, do you shut the door?
no, she's gonna leave. No.
Do you lock the door? Yes. Screw this, I'm out of here. See you, losers. All right, Cassandra, you cautiously move deeper into the room. Would you like to use stealth to do this? It is very shadowy in here. Until Althea enters, then it's like, scrap that stealth move.
I hope no one's sleeping. Good morning.
All right. You get to about this position right here, and all of a sudden you see the bones begin to animate. They begin to move. You hear the scraping sounds along the stone, and there before you, rising high above you, it appears.
Wow.
Is that a giant?
Looks like it.
This room is indeed big. It's especially big when you realize that this creature before you begins to come together in bones and sinews, magical energy, obviously. And it's very tall indeed. I just shared that. Did you guys see that picture?
It was
Yep.
great.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you're looking at. That's what you have disturbed, Cassandra. That's what has noticed you. And what we'll do is we'll immediately put everybody in this combat initiative tracker and see what happens next. Who dies first? That's really what it's about. All right, so go ahead and roll your perception. You can use stealth, Cassandra, if you wish. You don't have to. You could re-roll that if you want.
Sure. I was stealthing.
Exactly. So let me, you switch it up, switch your initiative to that, and I'll reset your, did you do it? 28. Yeah, you're good. Much better. Agatha, go ahead and roll.
She had an emergency or something.
Did you?
I don't think she's here.
What's this? Huh. Let me see what happens when I use this toggle. Oh.
It disappears.
Oh, that's cool. The bones disappear.
Oh, yeah, say along with some bones.
Yeah, well, let me make him disappear. Let me make him visible again, because that makes him invisible. Oh, I see. When I hit this button, it makes the bones disappear, and it reveals the token. That's pretty cool.
Oh, like all the bones kind of morphed into it.
That's so cool.
See, now you
Yeah.
can't see him. There's the bones. Then all of a sudden, ha ha ha.
That's so cool.
All right. Althea Binley, guess what? You see these bones appear and materialize before you and take shape and rise far above. You've never seen anything this big before. What do you do? How do you react to this? You're first.
She's the type of person that likes to assess the situation.
Yes.
Is this a pineapple, or are we going into it? And
Wait,
she
I
does
heard-
not normally get to go first. So usually we're already fighting. So I'm going to recall knowledge as my first action. What would you like me to select?
Religion? Or any lore that might pertain to something like this. Which I don't think you have. So it would be religion.
Religion it is.
Looking at the shape and size of this, you've never seen anything like this in your life. You've never heard of such an abomination. Yes, it's animated skeletons. You've seen them, actually. You had one companion that actually created one. Made it animate and become a servant. But nothing like this. The bones themselves seem almost in the shape of armor. They don't look like human bones, but yet you see within this creature, you do see human skulls sitting in its torso. You see a ribcage. You see an anatomy of a humanoid. But there's something about this that's otherworldly. You've never seen before. You're not sure what exactly power manifests this.
Let's give it a round and see what happens.
I'm debating on giving it a 3rd level spell or a 2nd level spell to calm its emotions.
Let's stay in
But if
character,
it's-
please. Stay in character, please.
Well, something this big, I'd rather not ruin it for the, everybody. Alright, I guess we'll go all for it. Let me change my role to public here.
Nice. I have that one too.
Searing light, calling on the powers of Desna and all that is good. Tinged with holy energy.
Yeah, so not having any idea what this thing is, and it's just, very intimidating presence. She gives it her all. This can't
Great
be a good
spell.
sign. All of these skeletons everywhere. No, so... Oh, so close to a 20. I got excited. That's 25 in total. I don't know what counteract is.
That is a hit.
Nice.
It's going to do a whole lot of damage.
It's a normal success, so you'll do...
Only 14 fire damage.
Is
Five.
it undead though?
It's good.
Of an additional 5d6 good damage if it's
Yeah.
undead.
Yeah. It's 5d6 fire always.
So if it is...
5d6 if it's undead.
Right, if it is undead and you don't know, you'll do extra damage. Let me put this first initial damage on it. And then I'll tell you what happens. 14, right?
Correct.
Mm. Okay. And
And is it a fiend or undead?
When the blast hits it, and you do hit this creature, it's not hard to miss. You see the fire just catch on this creature near its arms and its torso, and it starts to lap around its face, but it ignores it. It's definitely being damaged. You can see the bones themselves char, but it doesn't seem to pay much attention to it. However, the other aspect of your power is that of good. You will roll 5d6 good damage against this creature. Let's see what happens with that. It is an abomination indeed, because it feels the energy of goodness and positivity sear through its bones. 21 points of good damage will definitely hurt him. Let me double check that. Yes. So although it's kind of ignoring the fire, it's feeling the pain and singe of the fire, but not as much as the good damage that you did. It pulls back slightly when it feels that energy hit it. So yeah. You have one more action, I think? No, you're done. Okay. Feel the power of Desna. Cassandra, you're up. Somewhat startled. But
Cassandra will do a 5-foot step. Sorry, yeah. A 5-foot step to get within melee range. And then launch a couple of strikes against its midsection, trying to bust those bones apart.
yes, you will. That's a hit. A kick and a punch. That's a miss. You got one hit. The first one was a hit.
5 damage.
5 bludgeoning. Go ahead. What?
All right. I don't know if it can be stunned, but if it can, it has to roll a save because I hit it once. Then as my last action, I'll take a 5-foot step back.
I don't think stunned is a mental effect, is it?
No, it's a fortitude save. So I wouldn't
Yeah.
think it'd be a mental.
No.
It's just like you're physically. I'd have to double check that too.
Knocked around.
Okay. All right, so let's make that save.
Maybe hit him right in the kneecap. Can't move for a round.
Yep.
Critical success. So it is not stunned.
Although it shouldn't be a critical success because the DC is 21.
Oh, did he get a natural 20?
No.
Yeah, it's not green. What did he get? 13.
He's got a plus 17 modifier.
Like if it was a 31, I would understand, but I don't know why it's a critical success. Not that it matters.
Yeah, it says right here. Even in the result, it says DC 21. Result, success, or critical success. Incapacitation.
Oh, is it an incapacitation effect?
That's what it says.
Okay, if it's an incapacitation effect, then that's why it's a success. Because if they're higher level, they treat their successes one level higher.
Ah. Foundry knows this game better than I do. All right, so what happened? Is it stunned?
Nope, not at all. Not at all.
Not at all. Oh, critical success, yeah. All right, so that's that. Then you move back?
Yeah, a 5-foot step back.
What's this? Okay. All right. Never used this creature before. This guy's a big one. I wonder what size he is. That's it's not large.
Huge.
Gargantuan. I don't know.
It says huge. He's a huge. Wow.
Yeah. That one. Yeah, 4x4 or no, 3x3.
All right, Cassandra's done. She come in and did a few kicks and punches and did some damage, I think. A little bit. And that was it. We're going to go to Arthurian.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Do we recall what he was holding? I think he had his warhammer held one-handed. Did he also have his shield out?
He did.
Okay.
He has sudden charge too.
Does he now?
Scream out some threats and charge and attack in one go. Yeah, he could do that. Out of the way, lassie.
Well, he won't have to use. Either way, it's 2 actions, but he won't have to use it because he's just within reach. He'll cut through right between Althea and Cassandra and attack with his warhammer.
Oh, 23 is a miss. Just
Ooh.
barely. He's got heroes.
Mm-mm.
I gave everybody a hero point. I should have gave you a hero point after that last thing. So everybody's got at least 1 hero point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've got about 1 minute till I have to leave. So yeah, we'll use a hero point to
Yep.
reroll.
Yep, that's why I gave them out. Useless. 25, that's a hit. You got him.
Nice. And that's 10 bludgeoning.
10 bludgeoning against the bones. Ah! You smash into its kneecap, and it shudders.
Well, he's going to raise his shield, but it might take me a second to figure out where he's got that on his sheet. So
got
we
it.
can go ahead to the next. Oh, thank you.
I got it. All right, I don't want to... How far do you want to go?
We'll go to the end of the round.
Okay, we'll finish this one. Sheppy, you're pressed against that wall. You see this thing materialize. What do you do? Sheppy. Speak up, you're too far from the mic.
Nice.
I
Ser-
cast Sincere in Might. I heard Althea praying for a spell one night, and I noticed that I can help.
Okay, go ahead and make your attack. Shouldn't be too difficult. He's a big bugger. That's gonna miss. You have a hero
Use that
point.
hero point.
Boom shakalaka! Here it is. Any second. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The light just goes off into the distance and crashes against the wall. In the distance. You missed. You have one more. Action, Jesse.
He dropped, but I'm sure he'll be back on in a second. I think he might have headphone
Internet.
troubles.
Okay, we'll go to the creature. And it is going to... Well, let's see what it can do. With its claws, they're particularly long. He could easily reach you, Cassandra, though you're in a more distant...
Welcome back, Jesse.
Though you're in the distance. Before we resolve that claw swipe against Arthurian and Cassandra in one go, Sheppy, you have one more action. What did you want to do?
Recall knowledge.
Okay. That's going to be religion.
Can I use something else? Occultism, maybe?
You won't learn anything if you do.
That was a religion. Told you all
Nothing.
my good rolls are gone.
Nothing. You just have no clue.
Okay.
You
I'll
see...
be right back.
Okay. All right, now this swipe attack. Let me put that in the chat. Okay, so we're going to swipe down on Cassandra and Arthurian in one go. Cassandra, you're first. Let's make a swipe. This counts as 2 actions. Ouch! Yep, 38, that's going to be critical. 42 points of damage. Boom! Ouch. 42 points of slashing damage. Now, Arthurian. $36.
That's also a critical because his AC is 24.
That's going to be 38 points of damage. As in this one sweeping motion with its claw, it just rakes across Cassandra, who doesn't have the time to hop out of the way, and just crashes into Arthurian. Shield protecting him as much as it can. It's to no avail. Did you take your damage, Arthurian?
Oh, yeah, definitely did.
Minus 38?
You said 38? Yeah.
38. He's at 63 hit points.
It should have updated. He's got 25.
Oh, there it is. I had to
When I have
re-click on
Artwork, it
him.
reads badly injured.
I got it. All right. There's one more action. And after it brings its arm back and up in the air again, it starts to throw its arms out to the sides, and its head reaches back, and you hear this horrible grinding sound come from its head, from its throat, like it's trying to speak in some way. And it just echoes through the chamber itself. He's going to attempt to intimidate Arthurian. Or all of you. What's the will DC of Arthurian?
20, but he also has bravery, which I'm reading up on now. So it's DC 20.
This will be a critical success against him.
Alright, so I guess since he's not rolling, what's the result of the critical success? And we'll just reduce the value by 1.
I think he's frightened too. on a crit.
That's what I'm thinking too, but I don't know if the creature has anything specific.
Demoralize.
Oh, so this is just like a regular intimidation.
Yeah, it's a demoralize.
Okay.
Against his will DC, which is, you said, was 20?
Correct.
This would be a critical success. The target becomes frightened 2.
Alright, so in this case, he shall be frightened 1.
1. He's brave. He begins to chant dwarven litanies of great warriors as this creature does this. Frightened 1. So go ahead and change him to frightened 1. And we're going to go to Agatha. And then we'll call the session after this. Because this battle might... I don't know. It might actually be a quick one. Either if you guys run or the creature just decides to kill you. But...
Okay.
it is nasty.
Agatha is going to step into the room. Let's see here. Trying to remember what spells she has at her command, since she also has her familiar. Okay, he's going to cast Ray of Frost at it.
Okay, make your attack roll. You need a 24. 25. You hit it with the Ray of Frost. Roll your damage. 13 points of cold damage. Let me check the creature. Dun dun da da. What'd you get? 13? Okay. It's blasted by this energy of cold. You see the frost begin to form on the bones where it contacts. But only a small area seems to affect the creature. It's not as effective as you had expected, Agatha. But you did damage it. Okay, that was 2 actions. You have 1 more? Or no, you're done. You moved. All right. Before we go any further, we're gonna... Do you have anything else to do?
I can't remember if we had a discussion a long time ago, but I thought I heard you say something about having the possibility of having the ability to command a creature? Or am I thinking about something else differently?
There's a command spell. I don't know what else you could be thinking of. There's a command spell, but we know what that is. I don't know.
I thought she had that. I thought she had that ability to use it.
Look under her
I
feet.
might be wrong.
Look under feats. If it's not a special feat ability you have, then it's probably you're referring to the spell command. I think you have that. Well, before we go any further, let's put a cap on this session. Didn't get as far as I wanted, but this is an interesting place because now the characters have to think. This thing is nasty. One swipe of its claw gravely injured 2 of the warriors, 2 of the companions. Will magic have an effect on it? Seems to affect it to some degree. How much? We're going to find out next week. So we're going to end this session once again at the start of a combat. And, man, we probably won't be playing next Sunday. We're probably going to be playing Wild Beyond. Maybe. There's a good chance because we're bringing in a new player. But, which means Althea won't be here for the next session after that. But regardless, let's do our outros and call the session, folks. It was really good. Althea, let's start with you. Rachel, what'd you think?
Sure. I think this was a pretty good session, other than the large amounts of damage that some of us have taken towards the end of it. But it was really cool finding that note. We'll definitely have to look into. I wrote it down. Jafka?
Jafka. Jafkha.
That's it. Yeah. And it'll be interesting to uncover that individual's secrets and why they're leaving messages, about Belcora. And, that's if we make it past this combat. I'm pretty sure we'll be declaring pineapple at least just to get into the other room and then, maybe attack from afar. We'll see what each of us kind of shout out during combat. Retreat!
Yeah, it's too big to fit through the door, so it's not gonna probably not gonna follow you. So it's an option.
It might be a slow battle, but I think our heroes want to live. Rather, they've got all the time in the world, they think. As long as they stay alive, they can keep fighting Belcora.
That's true. All right, Rachel, thanks once again. If you want to linger a little bit or take off, it's up to you. Either way, it's all good.
I'll hang around till the end, but just extending a thank you for hosting another session, though.
No, you're welcome.
It was awesome.
Thank you. And Cassandra, or Eric, what'd you think, my friend?
I just appreciate everyone putting in the effort to make sure the session goes as well as possible.
Yeah, we do a good job. It's a group effort.
It's a good group effort. Glad my character didn't have to talk too much today.
No, I'm making you talk.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. He's choking and gagging. He's not feeling too well tonight, and I got him talking.
Sorry about that, but thanks to everyone for doing their best to make the session fun, and thanks again for hosting.
You're welcome, man. Greatly appreciate it. I'm thankful you guys can play in our game, my game. Where's my thing here? Jesse, are you there? Jesse's not there. Let's go to Dizzy. What'd you think, Dizzy? Did you enjoy the game?
I definitely did enjoy the game. Kind of sucked that Arthurian suffered the emergency, but definitely at this point it's pretty much anybody's game because we don't even know what this creature can do, what its capabilities are. We're pretty much shot in the dark.
I agree. no telling what lies beyond this creature or what more this creature can do to you guys. We'll see. But this is the highlight of the session, squaring off against this guy. Pretty crazy stuff. But we'll see what happens in the next session. Jesse, of course, he's having issues as well with his limp. We got people all over having problems tonight, but it's all good. I ran this session with being awake 24 hours plus, no sleep, and I still managed to get this session off. Not bad. Not bad. I think I deserve a villain point in the next session. What do you guys think, yeah?
Let's not go too far. Like
Let's not get carried away.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if I get any villain points in the next one. But folks,
Probably will.
yep, definitely. Miss Vampire. We're going to be back again next week with probably the Wild Beyond. We're not sure. Kyle has to have the time to do so. Like I said, he is having some issues right now, so we'll see. So we're either going to have Wild Beyond or we're going to have the Abomination Vaults next Sunday. Something is going down. More goodness. And you guys can look forward to that. Always a good time. And I hope you guys enjoyed watching. Thanks, Max. Everybody else who was watching tonight, I appreciate it. And we'll be back again next time. So folks, for me and everybody else here, like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff, and hang in there. Because it's only going to get better. We'll see you next time. Toodaloo.